Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Morning. Thank you so much for joining us on this Tuesday, October 18th. I'm Shannon Lilly. Well, we want to get you straight to a check of the forecast with meteorologist Justin Chambers. Justin, it was a little bit chilly when I came out this morning.
Yeah.
Is that what we can expect?
Yeah. Well, and it's going to be even colder tomorrow morning, too, Shannon.
Goodness.
Yeah, so temperatures are dropping. Yeah, exactly. A little quick, brief cool down that we'll be talking about here. We talked about this yesterday as well. Right now, as you look outside, really not too much happening. A few we're seeing some breezy conditions right now with a few clouds that are kind of hanging around and numbers that are definitely in the 40s, colder than what we were yesterday morning. 45 Cockeysville, 46 in Towson, and you're at 49 in Dundalk. So the weather story looks like this. A colder morning. We'll see a breezy and chilly afternoon, and then we are going to warm right back up for the weekend. So a couple of days of these numbers that'll be below average. Overall, your morning drive probably need that heater on, the bun warmers if you got them, with numbers in the mid to upper 40s over the next couple of hours. We're back with your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now. Shannon?
All right, Justin, thank you. Now to the Linstola traffic network. Here's a look at your drive times this morning. Looks like everyone is in the green. That means it's smooth sailing and you're good to head out. No delays. Well, we begin this morning in a city in crisis. A violent few days in Baltimore has the city's murder rate back up above last year's after the relative peace we saw in September. The murder rate had briefly dipped below last year's. September saw the least amount of murders the city has reported in years. Now, at the time, Fox 45 News questioned the new deputy mayor for public safety about the trend. He touted the mayor's crime plan.
Today, Baltimore is one homicide under last year. We started the month at, I believe, 52 shootings, non-fatal. Today, we're at 38, maybe, so there's a reduction. I base how I view things on the data, and that data says that we're going in the right direction.
Is one homicide fewer, though, really something to praise?
One homicide fewer means we're going the right way. Imagine if I was saying we're plus 22 or 20, whatever it was when I started. We're trending in the right direction.
Well, now the question is, will Deputy Mayor Barksdale continue to take responsibility for the crime trend now that it seems to be going back up again? Fox 45's Alexa Ashwell has a closer look at the latest deadly violence.
The weekend violence already bleeding into the week. According to Baltimore police, a man was shot here on Russell Street, right on the sidewalk, just across the street from Horseshoe Casino and not far from M&T Bank Stadium. The weekend off to a violent start in Baltimore. 2 people were shot in Latrobe homes Friday night. The victims, 2 men, ages 27 and 42. No word on what led up to the shooting. The violence then spilling into Saturday and turning deadly. Police say a 52-year-old man was shot and killed on Wilkins Avenue in southwest Baltimore. Then, just 3 hours later and a couple of miles away, another homicide. A man was found fatally shot on South Monastery Avenue. And on Sunday, a grim discovery in East Baltimore. Homicide detectives were called to East 20th Street to investigate after the body of a man was found burning near an alley. No word on how he was killed.
I just wanted to stop.
People here in Baltimore fed up with the violence. As it stands, homicides and non-fatal shootings remain up citywide compared to this time last year, with the latest statistics showing the biggest spike occurring in the city's northeastern district.
I think the fact that we are seeing brazen acts of violence.
Former Baltimore Police Deputy Commissioner Jason Johnson believes a lack of accountability is helping fuel this violence.
I think it's just a reflection, again, of the fact that there just does not seem to be accountability for people who are engaged in these acts of violence.
Johnson believes the likely new and incoming city state's attorney, Ivan Bates, will help the city change its course.
Hopefully, we're seeing a light at the end of the tunnel. We've got a new state's attorney who'll be taking office in just a few months. And, so there is hope for improvement.
Baltimore police have not yet announced any arrests in the case mentioned. As for the shooting that occurred here in South Baltimore, police say the victim, a 30-year-old man, no arrests have been made. Reporting in South Baltimore, Alexa Ashwell, Fox 45 News.
Alexa, thank you. Well, the double shooting that injured a restaurant worker in Fells Point 3 weeks ago is now a homicide investigation. Baltimore police confirmed the second victim shot in the incident, Elijah Hooks, has died of his injuries. Hooks and a woman were shot in the 700 block of South Broadway Street, just a block from Broadway Square. BPD has not yet said what led up to the shooting. An $8,000 reward is now being offered for information leading to the arrest and conviction of the person responsible. Making headlines this morning, a guilty plea in the murder of a Morgan State University student. That deadly shooting taking place nearly a year ago. Last October, Barry Ransom was found shot in the parking lot of the Trader Joe's at the shops at Kenilworth in Towson. Days later, Kevin Sharp was arrested. Police saying the 22-year-old had posted to Instagram he was trying to sell some items that investigators found were Ransom's belongings. Yesterday morning, Sharp pleaded guilty to first-degree murder. The next phase is going to be sentencing, which will happen shortly before Christmas. A University of Baltimore student is getting a lot of attention on TikTok, saying the school is not doing enough to protect her and the campus after she says another student threatened her with a gun. Fox 45 News found court records which show the suspect is facing several charges, including assault, stalking, and possessing a handgun. In her video posted Sunday, the student says the university did send a message out to students about the incident, but did not include that the suspect is a student. Now, it's not clear whether the suspect is a student. We are reaching out to the university for comment. The university tells us they received our questions and are working on a response. Happening today, the two candidates for comptroller will participate in a forum the Maryland State Bar Association and Goucher College are hosting at 8 a.m. Coming up at 5:30, Olivia Dance will join us live with a preview of that. Howard County Schools will unveil an $800,000 expansion to school-based wellness centers. Plus, there will be a news conference on the 50th anniversary of the Clean Water Act, going over Maryland's failures of water pollution enforcement. Well, the season may be over, but we are still talking about the O's. The reassuring post from one player getting us pumped for next season. Plus, it is a much cooler start to the morning with temperatures in the 40s. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is going to let us know how much we warm up this afternoon. 4:37 is the time.
Welcome back, everybody. Time right now is 4:40 on your Tuesday morning. Definitely a little bit on the cooler side here. Not the temperatures that we're expecting to drop for tomorrow morning, but numbers are still chilly outside, no doubt about that. Nice clear conditions here out over the Inner Harbor. A few clouds kind of hanging around, actually keeping us a little bit warmer than we would have, especially I thought that we were going to get to as we head into the overnight hours. Mid to upper 40s here on your jogging cast. Definitely want to bundle up if you're out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours. We're back with your full forecast coming up in just a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. Developing now, President Joe Biden's top official at the Customs and Border Protection is reportedly caught sleeping on the job. According to Politico, that's what administration officials are claiming about CBP Commissioner Chris Magnus, saying he falls asleep during meetings, including one regarding the swell of Venezuelans crossing the U.S. border. This as the White House continues to say it's doing what it can to tackle migration issues.
Those who attempt to cross the southern border of the United States illegally will be returned. Those who follow the lawful process we announced yesterday will have the opportunity to travel safely to the United States and become eligible to work here.
Well, that's in reference to a border policy change, sending some Venezuelans back. As for Magnus, he acknowledges nodding off, chalking it up to side effects from his multiple sclerosis.
Several newer variants now are getting tougher for treatments to tackle. I'm Liz Bonus. We're going to explain what you need to know and how to protect potentially against them. It is just ahead.
Governor Larry Hogan unable to run for office again due to term limits. But what if he could? Still ahead this morning, what a recent poll is saying about the governor's approval. And here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, the White House turning to a Trump-era policy to expel Venezuelan migrants. The former head of Border Protection will be here to discuss the old strategy that's new again. That's this morning on the National Desk. America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. On the path forward, new COVID-19 variants are beginning to take hold in the U.S. and overseas. This morning, there are signs those mutations could make it resistant to some treatments. Medical reporter Liz Bonus has the story.
Hey there, everybody. Several of these newer variants being tracked here and across the globe are raising new concerns because they appear to be resistant to certain treatments we now use to fight this virus. The CDC has been tracking these variants around the globe. Two of those now on the rise that appear to have this treatment-resistant quality include BQ.1.1 and XBB. BQ.1.1 now accounts for 1 in 10 cases of newly diagnosed patients in the United States. XBB is on the rise in Singapore and Hong Kong. It spread so quickly that in one day they went from nearly 5,000 cases to almost 12,000. Both of these have the potential to evade antibodies from what are called monoclonal therapies. This means a whole category of drugs we currently use to keep patients from getting severely ill from COVID-19 won't work.
There's a lot of worries about that therapy.
Dr. Thomas Lamar told me he does expect that other therapies will work against these, such as the antiviral Paxlovid.
But for the patients who cannot receive those, the monoclonal antibodies have really been super helpful.
Dr. Lamar says the bivalent booster is still your best protection against these. It is likely to be at least partially effective against these newer variants because they appear to be descendants of Omicron, which the new shot does help your body fight. Really what this tells us is we're likely going to need not just a booster this year, but one in 2023 and beyond, much like the annual flu shot. I'm medical reporter Liz Bonus. Now back to you.
All right, thanks, Liz. Well, normally this time of year, the Orioles generally don't make headlines. But after the first winning season in 5 years, there is optimism heading into 2023. And here's some more good news. John Means posted this tweet with the simple caption, "Day one throwing," and notice he puts a check mark. The O's ace hasn't thrown since undergoing season-ending Tommy John surgery in April. Now, it's too early to put a timetable on his return, but this is certainly encouraging. One more baseball note. Last night's win-or-go-home playoff game between the Cleveland Guardians and New York Yankees was postponed due to rain. They will play this afternoon. The winner faces the Houston Astros for a chance to go to the World Series. And speaking of weather, let's get to meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at the forecast. Justin, no rain in our forecast today, right?
Yeah, not really, Shannon. We had a few showers that actually rolled through yesterday afternoon as that cold front came in, and some of us saw some of that rain all the way up to New York, which is why they had that delay and then that postponement last night. Of course, the World Series will be right here on Fox 45, and it starts in the next couple of weeks. I mean, it's right around the corner for some postseason baseball. Looking out right now from our downtown Baltimore cam, we do have some cloud cover that's out there, and that's helping keep our temperatures a little bit more warmer or milder than they could be dropping, because we're really going to see these numbers drop tomorrow morning. But upper 40s is where we are officially. 49 degrees at BWI. Northwest wind about 11 to 15 miles an hour. So definitely feels chilly out there and quite a bit colder than what we saw yesterday morning. Here's a look at our HD radar. We're all quiet right now. The cold front has passed through and off to the east of us right now. So now we have that cooler air that is going to be filtering in. We're tracking that upper level low that's over the Great Lakes region that's bringing some snow showers to that part of the country. And we could see some upslope snow showers here late tonight into tomorrow morning for some of our mountain locations. But all of this part of the next weather maker, this is our colder system that is moving in, and all of that lingering area, that coldest air near the Great Lakes, moving closer to us. We actually have freeze warnings now for Garrett and Allegheny County this morning, and we'll have those again through tomorrow morning. Now, notice we don't have any freeze warnings here. Some frost advisories for you out toward the eastern shore that we'll have to watch for as well. Here's your Rise and Shine cast. Get that cup of Joe here and enjoy breakfast and coffee with us here this morning. Mid to upper 40s over the next couple of hours. Sun comes up at 7:19 and goes to bed tonight at 6:24. A lot more sunshine expected later today. And it'll be a bit breezy too, but notice those temperatures are staying only in the 50s. Upper 60s is where we typically are. We actually made it to 71 yesterday afternoon at Baltimore. We're going to see those temperatures drop to the mid to upper 50s for our highs, and even colder in western Maryland. Only 48 in Cumberland and 46 in Pittsburgh for this afternoon. So taking a look at our 7-day forecast as we get you into the rest of the week. Numbers are going to wake up even colder tomorrow. In the 30s will be the upper 50s by Wednesday afternoon, and then low to mid 60s into Thursday. Thursday and Friday. Lots of sunshine on the way, and we've got a spectacular weekend right around the corner with numbers coming right back up into the lower 70s. Great weather for football Sunday afternoon as the Ravens will be taking on the Browns at M&T Bank Stadium. Shannon?
Looking forward to that. Thanks, Justin. Now to the Linstola traffic network. This is a live look around the region at our live cameras, and notice everything is moving smoothly. There are no incidents to report. Now for a check on mass transit, here's Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Shannon. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. You'll find 10 train 403 operating with a 5-minute delay for the commute start. The other trains of MARC are on time for travel. Light rail link starting off on time. No delays or issues there in either direction of light rail link service, and Metro subway link looking good between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for travel. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
All right, thanks, Mark. Happening this morning, you have the chance to see Jerry Seinfeld live in Baltimore. All this week, we are giving away a Seinfeld prize pack, and if you win a prize pack, that puts you in the running to win 2 tickets to the show happening on October 28th at the Meyerhoff. Now, just wait for your cue to call. Caller number 10 will win the prize pack and be in the running to win tickets to the show. We'll pick a grand prize winner on Friday. You can catch Seinfeld weekdays on Fox 45 at 11:30 and midnight. New efforts to prevent Democrats from holding Oregon's gubernatorial seat. Still ahead, how Nike's owner is backing 2 candidates.
Hundreds of lawmakers trying to keep their seats here on the Hill this November, raising the age-old debate over term limits. I'm Scott Thuman in Washington with both sides coming up.
As we near November's general election, Fox 45 News is taking you beyond the podium. One of the things we've been covering closely is a big question on the ballot in Baltimore City: term limits. Maryland's governor already falls under a term limit, so Larry Hogan cannot run again. But looking at the most recent Goucher College poll from last month, If he could run, Larry Hogan would fare really well. 62% of Marylanders approve of the job Hogan is doing as governor. That includes even more support from Democrats than from Republicans. His highest approval rating throughout his tenure was 71%, earned in October of 2020. Well, next month, as we mentioned, Baltimore voters will decide on term limits for city leaders. Question K would apply to the mayor, comptroller, city council president, and council members, limiting them to 2 4-year terms. Retired pastor and community activist Reverend Al Hathaway says he supports term limits.
When you look at the large cities in America, New York, Los Angeles, San Diego, San Antonio, Texas, they all have term limits because they understand that there's talent that's resident in communities and neighborhoods that need to be involved and engaged in the political process, and this allows them entry into it.
Well, term limits are also the subject of debate in Washington right now, where many lawmakers who have spent decades in office are hoping for even more. Sinclair's chief political correspondent, Scott Thuman, goes beyond the podium and shows us both sides of that argument.
Even though fall brings change each year, it doesn't always hold true here on the Hill. This said to be the oldest Congress ever, bringing new life to the question, is it time for term limits?
Chuck Grassley, you're seeking an 8th term in the U.S. Senate. If you win, you'll be 95 at the end of that term. What do you say to Iowans who wonder whether you're up to the task?
I think the only thing I can do is tell you how I lead my life today. I go to bed at 9, get up at 4, run 2 miles, get to the office by 6.
Grassley's held a seat in Washington since 1975. Across the aisle, Speaker Nancy Pelosi, predicted to win again, is 82. She's been here since 1987.
I am running for re-election to Congress and respectfully seek your support.
Critics argue the longer they're in, the more removed they are from voters' real-life struggles, and new blood would mean new energy.
There is a chance to break up patterns of corruption in which people are constantly looking for money for their re-election. Well, if they know that their term is going to end at some point, maybe they won't spend their last term doing nothing but raising money for re-election.
And it's not just one party pushing the idea of imposing a rule to limit how long someone can serve, nor is the idea just targeting Congress. After the Supreme Court's controversial ruling on abortion, many said the justices are out of touch and should be out of power. Polling showed 85% of Democrats and 68% of Republicans thought so. But if you constantly replace those familiar faces in Washington, don't you also lose their know-how?
A lot of them will say, my first 4 years here, I didn't know how to get anything done. And if you limit our terms to 8 years, that means half the people here are going to be in that beginner learning stage.
He says politics could become even more polarizing if the names on the ballot look unfamiliar. Voters could be more prone to just picking a party. At the Capitol Hill Bureau, Scott Thuman, Fox 45 News.
Should there be term limits for elected officials? So far, 95% of voters say yes. Head to foxbaltimore.com/vote and click on the Polls tab to weigh in. Nike co-founder Phil Knight is trying to prevent Democrats from holding on to Oregon's gubernatorial seat. Knight is pouring funds into the campaigns of both Republican candidate Christine Drazen and independent candidate Betsy Johnson. Both are running against Democrat Tina Kotek, former Oregon Speaker of the House. Knight described himself as anti-Tina to the New York Times on Saturday. Oregon has not elected a Republican governor since 1982. New poll data from 538 shows Drazen with a slight lead over Kotek.
In less than a week, there have been 2 incidents involving weapons here at Glen Burnie High School. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, hear how the principal is responding.
And another heated interaction with a squeegee kid, this time with a federal judge. What the judge oversees in the city that has some raising eyebrows.
Well, it's definitely colder this morning, but not as cold as we're going to be tomorrow morning. We'll take a look at that Arctic chill heading our way. It's coming up on Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Tuesday, October 18th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we want to get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's looking at our forecast for us today.
Got the band back together here. Yeah.
Band.
Nice to see you guys again. Tom, Patrice, good morning to both of you.
Well, same to you.
Yeah. All right. Happy Tuesday. It is Tuesday. It's a little chillier out there right now. It will be colder tomorrow morning as we take a look outside right now. We got a few clouds kind of hanging around and that wind that has been picking up over the last few minutes as well. So notice those temperatures on the right side of your screen. A lot of us in the 40s and some of us about 10 to 15 degrees colder than where we were yesterday morning at this time. So you notice that the second you step outside. A colder morning, breezy and chilly for the afternoon, and then we do warm right back up just in time for the weekend. So Mr. Bo says get that heater flow going. Next couple hours, numbers mainly in the 40s. Bun warmers if you got them. Let's do that today as well. High temps are only going to get to the 50s this afternoon after a high of 71 yesterday. That's a pretty big drop, but overall we will see those numbers continue to rise, as I mentioned, heading toward the weekend. And we'll take a little closer look at that coming up in just a few minutes from right now. Tom?
Well, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Linstola traffic network in the area cameras. No issues to report. There was a tractor-trailer overturn on 83 just north of Belfast if you're traveling south there, but that has been moved to the side. Everybody else is moving along just fine.
Now to the crisis in the classroom. Classes are set to begin soon at Glen Burnie High School, and many students are on edge following yet another weapon found in school.
Just last week, police arresting a 17-year-old student after they say he cut a classmate with a pocket knife.
Now, a 17-year-old student is in custody after he was found carrying a loaded gun just off of campus. Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning from Glen Burnie with the alarming trend that's taking place and what is being done to stop the violence. Olivia.
Good morning, and students are heading back to school here shortly, but as you mentioned, yesterday they were placed on a brief lockdown when a student here at Glen Burnie High was found with a loaded gun. The student was arrested near the school, placing the school on a short lockdown and delaying dismissal by just over 10 minutes. The principal of the school sent a letter to parents saying the teen is a senior at the high school and that it's still unclear what the teen intended to do with the weapon. But this is the second incident involving a weapon at the high school in less than a week. Last Wednesday, a student was arrested inside the school after a fight broke out, and a student slashed a classmate in the stomach with a pocket knife. The victim's injuries, though, were described as minor, but the principal is asking parents to talk to their children and says, quote, "Our school is no place for weapons of any kind." For now, reporting live in Glen Burnie, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Early edition.
Now to a city in crisis. Fox 45 News' coverage of squeegee kids continues this morning.
The chief district judge who oversees the city's consent decree called the police after a heated exchange with squeegee kids.
During a consent decree hearing back in August, Judge James Bradar spoke out about squeegee kids. He disagrees with the mayor's assertion that squeegeeing is protected speech.
Now, according to a police report, the judge was harassed by squeegee kids Sunday afternoon. The judge and his wife stopping at the intersection of Mount Royal Terrace and West North Avenue when they were approached by two squeegee kids. And according to police, the two refused to back away when Judge Bradar has said that he was not interested in having his windows washed. Bradar told police that the squeegee kids then went on to write racist in soap suds on his car window, gave the couple the middle finger, and then spat on their car. According to Sean Kennedy with the Maryland Public Policy Institute, the judge's response to this incident was problematic at best.
This judge is the one overseeing the consent decree. It's just somewhat surprising that he thinks that him being harassed is worthy of police response, while so many other crimes, so many other police enforcement activities are being hampered under his watch.
Now, the Baltimore Banner first reported this incident. The judge said there was no damage to his car and no assault, but still, officers responded. According to the police report, the squeegee workers were given a warning and told to cease further squeegee-related activity at that location.
These squeegee workers targeted a high-profile individual who asked for special treatment, and it was heartening to see that BPD didn't intervene here and do anything more than they would have done for any other citizen, which is zilch.
Spokesperson for the judge confirming the incident but declined to comment.
Fox 45 News has heard of several squeegee-related incidents at that very same intersection of Mount Royal Terrace and North Avenue. Last month, a woman shared her story with Fox 45 News.
He just walked up to my car, even though I said no, and he started spraying the car and all that stuff. He was just like talking like screaming something that I can really understand. The moment I hit my gas, he hit the car with his squeegee thing. The guy just tried to physically assault my husband. He's like, "You want to fight? You want to fight?"
Well, according to Baltimore police, there have been more than 600 squeegee-related calls for service between July 1st and early October across the city. From September 13th through the first half of October, there were 37 squeegee-related calls for service to that intersection.
Now, laws are in place to keep squeegee kids out of the intersections. One law states a person cannot stand in a roadway to solicit a ride, employment, or business from a driver. Now, another statute targets what is called aggressive soliciting. Blocking a driver obscene language or intimidation, intentionally doing that, is forbidden.
While Mayor Brandon Scott says he will not enforce those laws, the city's next state's attorney disagrees. Coming up in 20 minutes, Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost sits down with Ivan Bates in an exclusive interview, and she has more on his stance on squeegee kids.
Oh, it could be another banner day for stocks, and there's good news for your 401k.
Shannon Lilly joins us from our live center this morning with your money news. Shannon.
Yeah, Patrice, this is a live look now from New York City this morning. The markets are improving, with the Dow rising almost 600 points. That is the best day since July. The Nasdaq up 350 points, or more than 3%. Now, a few things that have happened that have helped. We had some better than expected earnings reports, including a report from Bank of America, and the UK did an about face on plans to cut taxes, a move that's put new Prime Minister Liz Truss's future in question only a month into the job. Now, a quick check of market futures shows the upward trend continuing before the opening bell. The Dow up another 400 points overnight, but don't get too excited. Most economists say we're still in for a rough patch ahead. Year to date, the Dow is still down by more than 17%. The S&P is down by 23%. The Nasdaq is down by 32%. So your 401k has a long way to go before it's back to its December peak. Today, we will be watching for the first in a series of housing reports that are due this week. A survey of home builders comes out at 10 this morning, and it is widely expected to show they are pessimistic about the months ahead, with the housing market expected to weaken further as interest rates approach 7%. Well, that is the latest from the Live Center. Tom and Patrice, back to you.
Thank you, Shannon. The race for Maryland's governor heating up. Still ahead, the major support one candidate is receiving from a former president.
Temperatures continue to be a little chillier this morning, but it's going to be even colder tomorrow morning. We'll break all that down for you coming up. Stay with us. Welcome back, everybody. Weather Authority forecast here at 5:10 Tuesday morning. Looking out over the Inner Harbor with the chillier conditions here this morning. That means you got to make sure to bundle up and get an extra layer if you're out for a run or a jog outside, with temperatures staying in the 40s over the next couple of hours. Now, we will talk about numbers later this week that are going to feel very nice, but we have to get through some of this cold first. We'll break it down a bit further in just a few.
Well, happening today, the two candidates for comptroller will participate in a forum. The Maryland State Bar Association and Goucher College are hosting that forum starting at 8 this morning. Coming up at 5:30, Olivia Dance will join us live with a preview. Howard County Schools will unveil an $800,000 expansion to school-based wellness centers.
Plus, there will be a news conference on the 50th anniversary of the Clean Water Act, going over Maryland's failures in water pollution enforcement.
It's a major support for Republican candidate for Governor Dan Cox, the support his campaign is receiving from former President Donald Trump.
And as the midterms approach, new polling shows what is really on the minds of Americans, the areas where Republicans are gaining the upper hand. 5:11, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. .418, Fox 45 News continues your coverage beyond the podium this morning. When it comes to the race for governor, Republican candidate Dan Cox is getting support from a big name.
Former President Donald Trump held a fundraiser for Cox at his Mar-a-Lago estate in Florida. The event advertised as a private cocktail reception.
Now, it costs nearly $2,000 per person to attend. A photo with Cox and Trump cost $25,000. Right now, Cox trails Democrat Wes Moore in fundraising 10-1. One political expert tells Fox 45 News he doesn't think the event will be enough to give Cox the edge he needs.
If he's going to move the needle, maybe he raises a little bit of money and can go on TV. But it's not, the people who already support President Trump, they're already going to be with Dan Cox. Maryland is more a blue state, and you have a lot of independents where that type of stuff does not appeal to your average mainstream voter. You look how well Joe Biden did here in 2020, where there was no real impact at all for the MAGA movement.
Well, the latest Goucher poll shows Moore leads Cox by more than 30 points. Fox 45 News reached out to the Cox campaign for comment, but we have not heard back.
Meanwhile, Republicans have an advantage in polling on the economy and inflation with just weeks from the midterms now. A new poll from the New York Times and Siena College finds Republicans have a 4-point advantage over Democrats among likely voters in congressional races. Democrats led that poll by 1 point in September. Voters who say economic issues are a top concern favor Republicans 44 to 36%. President Biden earns a 39% approval rating in the poll, 58% disapprove.
Now, if you want to pre-register to vote in Maryland or make sure that your voter registration information is up to date before casting your ballot in November, state election leaders say you must do so by today.
You can make those changes one of 3 ways: online at elections.maryland.gov, mailing a paper application to your county board of elections, or completing an in-person application at your local board of elections office. If you so choose, you can also register to vote in person on Election Day or at an early voting center.
And be sure to check out the Fox 45 voter guide for all of our reporting on the upcoming general election. And just head over to foxbaltimore.com/vote2022.
Well, it's 5:16 now. Let's get another check of our forecast as we are going into a chilly, cold spell.
Yes, and meteorologist Justin Chambers, he's been talking about the dip and then another warm-up again.
I like that. It's like a dip and then a warm-up. We'll go down, then we'll go back up. That's what we do.
When you dip?
When you dip. When I dip, you dip, we dip. That's how you do it, Tom. Yeah, exactly. He knows. He knows Freak Nasty. Yeah, he knows what's up with that. All right, our downtown camera, good morning for you. Our Baltimore cam looking out over the Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam. You know, I apologize. I wasn't quite ready for this weather forecast because I was scanning my email for someone who had emailed me about apple fritters and about the bakery that I'm supposed to try in Parkville. But Marjorie was the one who told me about the one in Hunt Valley, the Wegmans in Hunt Valley, and I gave Tom the cinnamon apple fritter that my wife got for me yesterday. Yes. It was delicious, right?
It was.
But
yeah.
the original one that I tried, also pretty good. So.
There are other people in the room. Where's ours? Apple fritter sounds pretty good on this morning.
It does. All right, you know what? Because somebody else emailed me about the ones at Giant right down the road. So if you guys give me a little time, I'll run to Giant and go get them. Because it's right down the road.
Okay.
If you just do the weather, and then I'll go to Giant.
I'll do the weather.
Got that.
45 your temp right now at BWI. We're always talking about food here. Westerly wind about 6 to 10 miles an hour. If you're enjoying some food and coffee and breakfast with us this morning, we appreciate you. We're not talking about any rain right now as we've got dry conditions. That cold front moved through the area. That's what brought us the rain yesterday afternoon. Some of you got nice little downpour as it rolled through, but this is the colder air, our next weather maker that is moving in. It is definitely cooler this morning, but it's going to be even colder tomorrow morning. Freeze warnings continue for parts of Garrett and Allegheny counties here, not only this morning, but that will extend into tomorrow morning with some frost advisories for some of you on the eastern shore. Speaking of food and fritters and whatever you got, mid to upper 40s over the next couple of hours on your Rise and Shinecast. Temps today are definitely going to be cooler, only low to mid and even upper 50s here, up and down the 95 corridor for us. And numbers will rise. This is what we're talking about. We go down, but then we're going to come right back up. So tomorrow in the 50s as well, but back to the 60s into Thursday and Friday. And look at that stretch of lower 70s as we approach the weekend and even into early next week. We're also going to stay dry, so we're not really tracking much in the way of any precip. May get a couple of upslope snow showers in some of the Alleghenies late tonight into early tomorrow morning. We'll have to check some of those cameras as we're on early with you tomorrow, but overall, not looking at anything here at home. So here's that 7-day forecast, and look how it is shaping up to be a stunning weekend. As I mentioned, 50s for the next couple of days, then warmer back to the lower 70s for Saturday and Sunday. Mark Jones, he probably knows where to get a good apple fritter. Do you know where to get one, Mark?
No, I don't, but I'm going to follow your lead. You tell me where it is, and I'll be there.
All right, cool.
Good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone out there on the March system. You'll find 10 train 403 and Camden train 841 operating with a 5-minute delay. Allow time for travel there. If your ride is on Light Rail Link, a good start. No delays in either direction of that service, on-time service, and Metro Subway Link on time from Owings Mills to Hopkins Station for the commute. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Violent encounters with squeegee kids raising questions on how they're being handled. The different stances from Baltimore's top leaders.
Plus, candidates for comptroller receiving some major endorsements. How this could impact the race going forward. 5:20 is the time.
5:23 and continuing coverage this Tuesday morning of the top issue in the city in crisis, squeegee kids.
There are laws currently on the books to keep squeegee kids out of city intersections, those laws not being enforced.
In an exclusive interview, Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost sat down with Ivan Bates, where he says he will prosecute squeegee kids if he has to.
Ivan Bates says that he and Mayor Brandon Scott see eye to eye on some things, like addressing the violent crime crisis in Baltimore, but they differ on other issues, especially when it comes to how to handle the squeegee kids, at least for now. In the last couple of days, Mayor Brandon Scott and his team refusing to answer our questions about it. Up and down President Street.
I understand the want, the desire, the need for, quote unquote, the hustle, the legal hustle, the work. What we need to do is we need to take that enthusiasm, we need to take that entrepreneurial spirit, we need to place it in a different manner.
Off I-83 and North and Mount Royal Avenues.
And that's why, I think so many of us are looking at the mayor and the mayor's office to do that.
Squeegee kids are like a fixture in Charm City, but Baltimore's likely next top prosecutor, Ivan Bates, doesn't see anything charming about them.
I have been clear. I have not changed my stance. I understand, but they can't be there. It's not safe for the squeegee workers. It's not safe for the citizens. My job is to enforce the law. Stepping off that sidewalk, going in and out of traffic is illegal. And as far as I'm concerned, we cannot do that.
The mayor's office says what these kids are doing when they dash between cars when the lights turn red is panhandling. And because of a U.S. Supreme Court ruling, that's protected speech.
I understand, however, on the law, I disagree. To me, there's a difference of panhandling, holding a sign very quietly in an area, not going in and out of traffic.
Right.
Going in and out of traffic is an action. Therefore, I believe that action is illegal.
Bates says he wants to wait and see what recommendations come from the Mayor's Squeegee Collaborative, a group the mayor launched after 48-year-old Timothy Reynolds was gunned down by a squeegee worker following Reynolds approaching the group with a baseball bat.
Well, first, let me hear what they have to say. They may say that they need to leave, and we're going to direct them into this direction.
Do you think that will happen, though? The mayor's been pretty clear that he doesn't want to clear the corners.
Well, I don't necessarily view it as clearing the corners. I view it as enforcing the law. They're not supposed to be on the corners in the first place to clear them. So I'm going to be positive and say yes.
Okay. We'll see. Let's schedule another interview for when those recommendations come out, and then we'll chat.
Yes, ma'am.
Friday, Fox 45 News sent questions to Mayor Brandon Scott's office asking, does Mayor Scott agree with Bates on enforcing low-level offenses? Will Mayor Scott allow Baltimore police to enforce the squeegee-related laws that are on the books? After going back and forth, the mayor's team refusing to answer the questions. Monday, Fox 45 News resending the questions, but again, a refusal to answer. And her phone call? At the tone. Unanswered by the mayor's team. Meanwhile, squeegee kids continue to stand on the corners, and laws prohibiting them are going unenforced. Mayor Scott's office says that those squeegee collaborative recommendations should be released to the public sometime by the end of fall. In Baltimore, Mackenzie Frost, Fox 45 News.
Student debt relief seeing opposition from some groups. Their efforts now to slow down the process.
The candidates for Comptroller of Maryland are participating in a forum today. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, all the details, plus find out who's endorsing each candidate. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
We are following two big stories for you this morning. Our Vote 2022 coverage continues beyond the podium. We have a look into the candidates weighing in to be your next comptroller and the big endorsements for each.
And squeegee kids remain a major topic of discussion among leaders as more incidents come to light. The latest interaction involving a judge that's now sparking some controversy.
Well, welcome back on this Tuesday morning. Coming up on 5:30, I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Let's get right over to him.
There's a lot of histrionics going on over in the Weather Center.
That is a good word, Patrice. I like that word a lot.
It describes you well.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
What's happening?
All right. Good morning, Patrice, Tom. Good morning to all of you as well. I guess, I don't know, maybe it's the chill in the air, but it's got me all kind of right now. Let's take a look outside and see what's going on here. Our York Road cam, this is from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam in Towson. Numbers on the right side of your screen, we're in the 40s, so about 10 to 15 degrees colder than where we were yesterday morning. Statewide, whoo, look at that, 30 in Oakland, 39 in Cumberland and Hagerstown, 41 in Frederick. Most of us are in the 40s here for Bel Air and Baltimore, even 50 in Annapolis. So a colder morning, breezy and chilly for this afternoon, and then we are going to warm right back up for the weekend. Out for your yard and gardening cast, notice those numbers stay chilly this morning, but eventually back to the mid to upper 50s as we head into the afternoon. High of 57 today, 58 tomorrow, lower 60s Thursday. So we'll have a gradual warming trend later this week. Another look at that forecast in more detail coming up in just a few. How's it look on the roads, Patrice?
Well, let's see if we take a look at our Linstola traffic network right now at this early hour. Looking good out there, Justin. We're in the green across the board.
Well, Fox 45 is taking you beyond the podium. We are just weeks away from the November general election. That's 3 weeks from today, and one of the big races to watch, the race for Maryland State Comptroller.
Current Harford County Executive Barry Glassman is the Republican nominee, and State Delegate Brooke Learman is his Democratic challenger. Olivia Dance joins us live now as both candidates prepare to tackle the biggest issues facing Marylanders. Olivia.
Yeah, well, the Maryland State Bar Association is hosting a forum for both of the candidates this morning. The event starts at 8 and runs until 10. But this forum comes as both candidates have gathered some major endorsements. Republican Barry Glassman has been endorsed by Governor Hogan, despite Hogan saying he will not support Dan Cox for governor. The Washington Post also offered its endorsement to Glassman, while the Baltimore Sun, the Baltimore County Executive, and Congressman John Sarbanes have all offered their endorsement to Democrat Brooke Learman. But I'll have updates all morning once the forum begins. And you can also visit our website at foxbaltimore.com to watch the full event. For now, reporting live in Glen Burnie, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Early Edition.
Next week on Fox 45 Morning News, we will be speaking live with Barry Glassman on Tuesday and Brooke Learman on Thursday, October 27th, as they make their final push to Election Day. Now, we are just 3 weeks away from Election Day, and we're getting a firsthand look at some early voting numbers nationwide.
Shannon Lilly is joining us from our live center this morning as new polls show Republicans gaining momentum in Senate races. Shannon.
Yeah, and this morning, Tom, we are getting a live look right now over the White House. This morning, the president is getting on the campaign trail, and he is expected to travel to Fort Lauderdale in early November to stump for former Governor Charlie Crist, who is looking to unseat current Governor Ron DeSantis. Former President Trump is also stumping for Republican candidates who will be on the ballot. Just yesterday, he held a fundraiser for Maryland gubernatorial candidate Dan Cox. Now, early voting begins on October 27th here in Maryland, but it's already underway in more than a dozen states. And this morning, we're getting early numbers on voter turnout. According to data analyzed by the University of Florida's U.S. Elections Project, more than 2 million people have already voted in the 2022 general election. Now, these votes taken through early and mail-in voting, experts say that that's much higher than typical midterm turnouts. Again, early voting in Maryland begins on Thursday, that's October 27th, and runs through Thursday, November 3rd. That's the latest from our live center. Patrice and Tom, back to you.
5:33 now and making headlines. This week marks 20 years since the Dawson killings, a dark moment in Baltimore history. In October of 2002, Angela Dawson, her husband, and their 5 children were killed after she reported drug activity in the neighborhood. Their home was firebombed. Over the years, Fox 45 News has since reported on Baltimore's so-called no-snitching culture. Former FBI agent Tyrone Power says it endures to this day.
In terms of people not necessarily engaging the police then were the same issues we were dealing with now. So their question becomes, what if I participate in helping the police resolve the crime in terms of murder, robbery, and then I become a victim? Then even my participation, I won't get to see the results of my participation because I will be the next victim. And that has always been a dilemma.
You can see more from our interview with Dr. Tyrone Powers, including what it would take to bring witnesses forward. It's on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
The trial of a murder of a Morgan State University student will now move on to the next phase, and that's sentencing. It's expected to happen shortly before Christmas. 22-year-old Kevin Sharp pleaded not guilty to first-degree murder in the death of Barry Ransom. Police say Sharp robbed and killed Ransom last October in the parking lot at the shops of Kenilworth and Towson. Days later, police arrested Sharp, saying that the 22-year-old had tried to sell some of Ransom's belongings on Instagram.
A University of Baltimore student is getting a lot of attention on TikTok, saying the school is not doing enough to protect her and the campus after she says another student threatened her with a gun. Fox 45 News found court records which showed the suspect is facing several charges, including assault, stalking, and possessing a handgun. In her video posted Sunday, the student says the university did send out a message to students about the incident, but did not include that the suspect is a student. It is not clear whether the suspect is a student. We are reaching out to the university for comment. The university tells us that they received our questions and are working on a response.
5:36 now. The double shooting that injured a restaurant worker in Fells Point 3 weeks ago is now a homicide investigation. Baltimore police confirming the second victim shot in that incident, Elijah Hooks, has died of his injuries. Hooks and a woman were on South Broadway Street, just a block from Broadway Square. The Baltimore Police Department has not yet said what led up to the shooting, though. An $8,000 reward is now being offered for information leading to an arrest and conviction of the person responsible. The application for student debt relief is officially open for borrowers. Why some are opposing the decision and their efforts to slow down the process.
Plus, we are waking up with much cooler temperatures this morning. Meteorologist Justin Chambers will let us know if we warm back up. 5:36 is the time.
Well, it's definitely colder this morning as you take a look at this map right here. Some 12 to 16 degrees colder from Cockeysville and Towson into Baltimore City. 12 degrees colder in Brooklyn Park as well. So definitely get the heaters on as you head out on your morning drive. Mr. Bo, though, says we are good to go. Dry conditions and numbers staying in the 40s for the next few hours. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. 5:39 now, and topping your consumer news this Tuesday morning, the White House officially launches the Student Loan Forgiveness application website.
The website is available at studentaid.gov. President Joe Biden describes it as easy and fast. He calls the launch a game changer for millions of Americans. Biden says the beta testing site has already handled more than 8 million applications without a glitch.
As millions of people fill out the application, we're going to make sure the system continues to work as smoothly as possible, so that we can deliver student loan relief for millions of Americans as quickly and as efficiently as possible.
Now, President Biden also acknowledges there's litigation underway to try and block the repayment program. And Job Creators Network is one of the organizations filing a lawsuit against the Biden administration. The group's chief legal officer says their suit focuses on the process the government used to go through with the program.
Literally, this was a plan crafted behind closed doors with no public input whatsoever, which is contrary to how any regulation, any program of this size needs to be developed under the law.
In August, Biden announced his decision to cancel up to $10,000 in student loan debt for those making less than $125,000 a year. Eligible borrowers who are also Pell Grant recipients could get as much as $20,000 in relief.
A childhood toy story making a timely comeback. Still ahead after the break, the special locations across the nation.
And speaking of toys, an interesting best friend for a young girl, the spooky doll that is getting national attention. Oh my gosh. 5:41 is the time.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
5:44 and looking ahead this morning to the holiday season. Toys R Us is making a comeback after closing its stores in 2018. I feel like Justin, he cheered. That makes me happy. That's like our childhood.
Toys R Us kid, right?
Yes.
Want to be, right? Yeah. The Jeffrey, the giraffe in there, too. Toy retailers setting up shop in select Macy's department stores all across our country just in time for the holiday season.
I actually saw that. Macy's is partnering with Toys R Us to open the special locations. Shoppers are now able to visit hundreds of Toys R Us locations, including larger flagship stores featuring the iconic Jeffrey the giraffe on a bench, which is a photo op for holiday shoppers. See, they know this nostalgia involved. Now, Macy's is planning to eventually add toy shops to all of its U.S. stores.
I think they're just targeting the age group that has the most money going into the holiday season, the ones that shop the most. Yeah, that's our age group.
All right, so let's take a turn here as we talk about Halloween. A toddler is going viral for her love of a creepy, and this doll is creepy.
Yes.
It's very creepy doll.
3-year-old Briar Beard fell in love with the doll named Chloe at a Halloween store. You see it at the bottom of your screen there. Her mother relented, ended up buying her the demon doll.
Okay, so that's where she should have stopped. If it's called demon doll, don't buy it for your toddler. Briar even took the doll, though, on a trip to Disney World. In full princess attire, Chloe got Briar and her mom special treatment because they were afraid. They got a special cupcake, and they got a backstage tour of the Haunted Mansion where the doll could go talk to its people, get more demon vibes.
Oh, look at your little girl with that little Whoa, wow.
Yeah.
That's a
I mean,
weird
how do
choice
you
for a
have
doll.
that in bed with your child?
The eyes light up.
I mean, the daughter looks perfectly happy with
Right.
it, though. All right, Halloween quickly approaching, and some of you are sharing pictures of your Halloween costumes and decorations. Diana sent us these two photos of Bruno and Maisie, all decked out in this year's costumes. So thank you for that. Looking
Where's PETA now? Where are they now? Because those dogs do not look happy. Tiffany sent us this picture. Her house completely covered in spooky decorations. Skeletons look even taller than the house there. Look at that. Thank you, Tiffany, for sending this. Well, we want to see your decorations and costumes, even your demon dolls. You can share them, all those stunning pictures of your fall foliage, too. If you want to go that way, send us your photos and videos. You might see them on air and online. Just head to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in.
I'm gonna have to take a picture of our dog. We put his costume on yesterday. My husband put it on him, and he loves it. Like, did not want us to take it off of him. So I'm like, go figure.
Some dogs like it, some not so happy with it.
Justin, I'm going to get you a picture.
Yeah, please do, Patrice, because, to echo everything we've been saying about sending us your, fall foliage pics and your decorations, we're doing Halloween pet pics, and that's perfect. So great transition. This is actually Lenny, who Audrey Cake says had a little bit too much fun at the party right there. But you can see Lenny dressed up like maybe a matador or something like that. Either way, appreciate that, Audrey. Our Halloween pet pics, JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. And yes, we are just 13 days out from Halloween, 24 days out from Veterans Day, 37 from Thanksgiving, Hanukkah in just 62 days, and 68 days until Debbie the Dancing Christmas Tree there. Christmas is right around the corner. Look, last night we were watching TV. Whole bunch of Christmas commercials came on, and I was like, all right, here we go. I mean, we got to get through Halloween and Thanksgiving before we get there. But either way, this is what's happening. And what's happening with our temperatures? Dropping. Yeah, we definitely have a colder start to the morning as that cold front has passed well to the east of us right now. Here's a look at what's going on with our cold temperatures. This area of low pressure in the Great Lakes region bringing in a lot of that cold Arctic air. Now, this is not going to stick around for a while. It's just going to be kind of a brief preview, if you will, of some winter-like weather, but only in terms of temperatures for the next couple of days. So make sure you get the little ones bundled up, excuse me, beep, beep, as you get them out to the bus stop here this morning. Mid-40s by 7 a.m., mid-50s into the noon hour, and we're only going to get to the mid to upper 50s later this afternoon. So high temps typically in the 60s this time of year. We're going to be well below that. Most of us in the low to mid 50s across Carroll and Baltimore counties. Same for you down in Harford and Cecil counties, and even up into Howard and Anne Arundel counties. Those numbers staying in those mid to upper 50s for this afternoon. Here's a look at our future scan. Again, we stay dry today. Late tonight into tomorrow morning, you can see a few of those little blue areas some of our counties there in Garrett and Allegheny County where we have the freeze warnings could see some precipitation in terms of some wintry precipitation, mainly in the Alleghenies and its areas in the higher elevations. But other than that, we're going to stay dry and we'll continue to keep the warmer numbers coming as we head later into the week, and especially for this upcoming weekend. Pumpkin patches, all those great mazes, corn mazes, farms, all of that stuff. Oh, and yeah, a Ravens game on Sunday afternoon against the Browns should be great. Look at those numbers. After 50s today and tomorrow, we're right back into the lower 70s for Saturday and Sunday. Patrice?
All right, taking a look now at our Linstola traffic network and our drive times. Looking good out there. Your longest commute is 9 minutes, 95 to 83. You're in the green across the board. Let's check in now with Mark Jones with the MTA. Hey, Mark.
Hey, good morning, Patrice. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find 10 train 511 with a 5 to 10 minute delay, and 10 train 407 and Camden 843 running 5 minutes late. Allow time for travel in those instances. Light rail link right on time from end to end. Metro subway link looking good in both directions between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for travel. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Happening this morning, you have the chance to see Jerry Seinfeld live in Baltimore. All this week, we're giving away a Seinfeld prize pack. And if you win a prize pack, that puts you in the running to then win 2 tickets to the show happening October 28th at the Meyerhoff. So just wait for your cue to call, and then caller number 10 will win the prize pack. And then you'll go into the running to win the tickets to the show. We'll pick that grand prize winner on Friday. And you can watch Seinfeld weekdays on Fox 45 at 11:30 and midnight.
Newman. Another report of harassment coming from squeegee kids. Just ahead this morning, why the call to police is now being called problematic.
President Biden boasting about the strength of the American economy over an ice cream cone. Experts and the American public disagree. I'm Kayla Gaskins in Washington.
5:54 on this Tuesday morning. In your consumer news, many families still struggling to find baby formula a year after the shortages began.
New census data shows nearly 1 in 5 affected households has less than a week of formula on hand. The pandemic caused disruptions in supply starting back in 2020, and levels further depleted, leaving shelves absolutely bare. In February, a major supplier had to shut down and recall already scarce products.
Now, baby formula is one of the most regulated items, making it difficult to import. The crisis shed light on the fragility of the industry and the need to safeguard production.
President Joe Biden is insisting the United States economy is in great shape, as an increasing number of experts in the American public disagree.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins takes a look at that disconnect.
Great to see you guys.
President Joe Biden boasting about the U.S. economy with a mouthful of ice cream.
Our economy is strong as hell.
His optimism not in line with what many economists are saying.
The 3 largest economies, the United States, China, and the euro area, will continue to stall. In short, the worst is yet to come, and for many people, 2023 will feel like a recession.
Biden's critics quick to pile on, some calling his statement tone deaf as rising prices continue to weigh on American budgets. Inflation remains high. Consumer prices rose 8.2% year over year. As temperatures drop heading into winter, federal energy forecasters predicting it will cost around 28% more to heat your home this year compared to last.
People who buy things like oil, heating oil, diesel, kerosene, they're going to see the highest prices by far they've ever witnessed.
A new Fox News poll shows around 2/3 of voters disapprove of Biden's handling of the economy. No matter how strong the president says the American economy is, more on both sides, including former Obama economic advisor Austin Goolsbee, are uttering the dreaded R word.
I'd say recession's absolutely a real possibility.
Recession fears dampening the holiday shopping season before it even begins. This year, small business owners are hiring less seasonal workers, and the majority of owners report they expect to make less profit this season than they did last year. In Washington, I'm Kayla Gaskins.
Well, major retailers across the country are rolling out lower-cost hearing aids.
The White House highlighting the announcement, crediting President Biden's executive order on promoting competition in the American economy. The order called on the FDA to make hearing aids available over the counter. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says the move could lower average costs by as much as $3,000 per pair.
That's thousands of dollars going back into the pockets of Americans and providing a little more breathing room in their family budgets as well.
Now, adults with mild to moderate hearing loss can now buy the hearing aids without a prescription, exam, or audiologist fitting. So the FDA estimates the move will benefit as many as 30 million Americans with hearing loss. White House says you'll be able to find those hearing aids at Walgreens, Walmart, and CVS. Also making your headlines this morning, former Theranos CEO Elizabeth Holmes' attempt for a new trial takes a hit. Key prosecution witness and former Theranos lab director tells the court he stands by his testimony and was truthful. Holmes' defense team alleged Adam Rosendorf says that he may have done something wrong in testifying. He says he was remorseful about the possibility that Holmes' young child would be without her mother if Holmes goes to prison. She faces up to 20 years in prison for misleading investors about the failed tech startup into the billions, though. Her sentencing is scheduled for November 18th.
Kevin Spacey takes the stand denying that he ever made a sexual pass at a 14-year-old actor. The claims stem from an alleged encounter back in the 80s. Spacey would have been 26 at the time. The judge threw out a claim of intentionally inflicting emotional distress, saying it overlapped with the assault and battery claims. Spacey's lawyers argued to dismiss the entire case, but it will move forward. The 63-year-old testified about a turbulent childhood and being berated by his father about possibly being gay because he liked theater.
In less than a week, there have been 2 incidents involving weapons here at Glen Burnie High School. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, hear how the principal is responding.
A federal judge calls the cops on squeegee kids, claiming he was harassed. Just ahead this morning, the dangerous trend on the corner where it happened.
And temperatures are definitely colder this morning, but we're going to see even colder numbers tomorrow. We'll take a closer look at that big old cool down right here on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Tuesday, October 18th. I almost said Apple 18th because we've been talking about apple fritters around here. I'm Patrice Sanders.
It's on the mind, right?
It is.
Yeah. Let's go over to the one that started it, planted that seed, if you will. Johnny Appleseed right there over the meteorologist.
Yeah, good morning, Tom. Patrice, good morning to both of you. Definitely a nice morning for a warm apple fritter, maybe some warm breakfast. You get some coffee and tea brewing. We appreciate you being here with us live and local on this chillier Tuesday morning. Now, looking out over the Inner Harbor, we do have some clouds kind of hanging around at this time and numbers that are mainly in the 40s. In fact, we've dropped to the lower 40s here for Owings Mills and Cockeysville, 42 in Towson, 43 in Baltimore, 38 your number in Eldersburg. And if you can believe it, we're going to be even colder tomorrow. Breezy and chilly for the afternoon. We do warm right back up for the weekend, so this will be a temporary cold snap. Morning commute looking good. Overall numbers staying in the 40s for the next few hours, and definitely want to get the heaters going if you're out for your morning drive. Bundle up those kids as they head out to the bus stop. We'll take a closer look at that forecast as well as what we can expect for that nice weekend around the corner in just a few. Speaking of being on the roads, Tom, how are we looking out there right now?
Let's take a look at our traffic map right now from a Linstola traffic network here, and kind of like Granny Smith today, everybody's in the green. No red delicious out there at all.
It is 6 o'clock now, and we start off with a crisis in the classroom. Classes are set to begin soon at Glen Burnie High School, and many students are on edge following yet another weapon found in school.
Just last week, police arresting a 17-year-old student after they say he cut a classmate with a pocket knife.
And now a 17-year-old student is in custody after he was found carrying a loaded handgun just off of campus. Olivia Dance joining us live this morning from Glen Burnie with the alarming trend and what's being done to stop the violence. Olivia.
Good morning, and students are heading back to school here shortly, but as you mentioned, yesterday they were placed on a brief lockdown after one student here at Glen Burnie High was found with a loaded gun. The student was arrested near the school, placing the school on that short lockdown and delaying dismissal by just over 10 minutes. The principal of the school sent a letter to parents saying the teen is a senior at the high school and that it's still unclear what the teen intended to do with the weapon. This is now the second incident, though, involving a weapon at the high school in less than a week. Last Wednesday, a student was arrested inside the school after a fight broke out, and a student slashed a classmate in the stomach with a pocket knife. The victim's injuries were described as minor, but the principal is asking parents to talk to their children and says, quote, "Our school is no place for weapons of any kind." For now, reporting live in Glen Burnie, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Now to a city in crisis. Fox 45 News' coverage of squeegee kids continues this morning.
The chief district judge who oversees the city's consent decree called the police over a heated exchange he had with squeegee kids.
During a consent decree hearing in August, Judge James Bradar spoke out about squeegee kids, and he disagrees with the mayor's assertion that squeegeeing is protected speech.
Well, now, according to a police report, the judge was harassed by squeegee kids Sunday afternoon. The judge and his wife stopped at the intersection of Mount Royal Terrace and West North Avenue when they were approached by two squeegee kids. And according to police, the two refused to back away when Bradar said that he was not interested in having his windows washed. Bradar told police the squeegee kids then went on to write racist in soap suds on his car window, gave the couple the middle finger, and then spat on their vehicle. According to Sean Kennedy with the Maryland Public Policy Institute, the judge's response to this incident was problematic at best.
This judge is the one overseeing the consent decree. It's just somewhat surprising that he thinks that him being harassed is worthy of police response, while so many other crimes, so many other police enforcement activities are being hampered under his watch.
Well, the Baltimore Banner first reported this incident. The judge says there was no damage to his vehicle and no assault, but still officers responded. According to the police report, the squeegee workers were given a warning and told to cease further squeegee-related activity at that location.
These squeegee workers targeted a high-profile individual who asked for special treatment, and it was heartening to see that BPD didn't intervene here and do anything more than they would have done for any other citizen, which is zilch.
Spokesperson for the judge confirmed the incident but declined to comment.
Fox 45 News has heard of several squeegee-related incidents at that very same intersection of Mount Royal Terrace and North Avenue. Last month, a woman shared her story with Fox 45 News.
He just walked up to my car, even though I said no, and he started spraying the car and all that stuff. He was just like talking, like screaming something that I couldn't really understand. The moment I hit my gas, he hit the car with his squeegee thing. The guy just tried to physically assault my husband. He's like, "You want to fight? You want to..."
Well, according to Baltimore police, there have been more than 600 squeegee-related calls for service between July 1st and early October all across the city. From September 13th through the first half of October, there were 37 squeegee-related calls for service at that intersection.
Now, laws are in place to keep squeegee kids out of intersections. One law states a person cannot stand in a roadway to solicit a ride, employment, or business from a driver. Another statute targets aggressive soliciting. That's defined by actions like intentionally blocking a driver or using obscene language and intimidation. 6:05, it could be another banner day for stocks, and there's some good news for your 401k.
Shannon Lilly joining us from our live center this morning with your money news. Shannon.
Yeah, and this is a live look right now from New York City. This morning, the markets are improving, with the Dow rising almost 600 points. That's its best day since July. The Nasdaq up 350 points, or more than 3%. Now, a few things that have helped. We had some better than expected earnings reports, including a report from Bank of America, and the UK did an about-face on plans to cut taxes. That's a move that put new Prime Minister Liz Truss's future in question only a month into the job. Now, a quick check of markets futures shows the upward trend continuing before the opening bell. The Dow up another 400 points overnight, but don't get too excited. Most economists say we're still in for a rough patch ahead. Year to date, the Dow is still down by more than 17%. The S&P is down by 23%. The Nasdaq is down by 32%. So your 401k has a long way to go before it's back to its December peak. Today, we will be watching for the first in a series of housing reports that are due this week. A survey of home builders comes out at 10 this morning. Now, it's widely expected to show they are pessimistic about the months ahead, with the housing market expected to weaken further as interest rates approach 7%. Well, that's the latest from the Live Center. Tom and Patrice, back to you.
Thank you, Shannon. Still to come sometime this morning, you have a chance to win free Seinfeld gear. Stay tuned, because you could win a T-shirt, a beanie, mug, even though tickets to see Jerry Seinfeld live here in Baltimore.
Yeah, and if you get those tickets, don't be a re-gifter, okay? Don't do that. And also, it's not little Jerry Seinfeld. We're talking about the real deal. Taking a look outside, chilly now. We'll take a closer look at our numbers and see if there will not be any shrinkage later up. Coming up on your forecast. Amy told me there's a place in Parkville called Fenwick Bakery that apparently has apple fritters there. So thank you for that, Amy. I'm going to check all these places out. I know there's Herman's in Dundalk. Mom lives in Dundalk, from Dundalk, so I got to get over there as well. Either way, our live cam downtown right now. I don't know if there's any apple fritters over here, but overall temperatures are definitely chilly this morning. On your out the door cast, make sure to grab the light jacket, also the sunglasses. You'll need them today, but no need for the umbrella as we've got dry conditions ahead. It's just going to be a little bit cooler. In fact, we're barely getting out of the 50s here as we head later into the afternoon. We'll take a closer look at those numbers as they will rise heading toward the weekend. That's coming up in a few minutes from right now. Patrice?
6:10, local Baltimore puppies took over BWI yesterday in a training exercise. The group, Guiding Eyes for the Blind, provides guide dogs to people with vision loss and impairment at no cost to the recipient.
Now, some of these future guide dogs learned the airport for the first time.
It gives them a really good opportunity to experience the different sights, smells, sounds of the airport. It also gives them the opportunity to work through TSA because a lot of our dogs won't have that opportunity while they're with us. So kind of to go through security, get that pat down, get that experience hearing the beeping, being touched by a TSA security clerk, all that kind of stuff.
Now, the puppies live with volunteers while they train for 14 to 16 months before they go back to the Guiding Eyes New York campus to begin their formal training.
That would have been cute to see walking through the airport. Republican candidate Dan Cox getting support from former President Trump just ahead why some think this won't be enough to get him the win on Election Day.
A big deadline if you plan to vote in the upcoming Maryland election. Still ahead, the checklist that you need to complete before it's too late. 6:11 is the time. .614, Fox 45 News continues your coverage beyond the podium this morning. And when it comes to the race for governor, Republican candidate Dan Cox getting support from a big name.
Former President Donald Trump held a fundraiser for Cox at his Mar-a-Lago estate in Florida. The event advertised as a private cocktail reception.
Now, it costs nearly $2,000 per person to attend. A photo with Cox and Trump cost $25,000. Right now, Cox trails Democrat Wes Moore in fundraising 10-1. One political analyst tells Fox 45 that he doesn't think the event will be enough to give Cox the edge that he needs.
If he's going to move the needle, maybe he raises a little bit of money and can go on TV. But it's not, the people who already support President Trump, they're already going to be with Dan Cox. Maryland is more a blue state, and you have a lot of independents where that type of stuff does not appeal to your average mainstream voter. You look how well Joe Biden did here in 2020, where there was no real impact at all for the MAGA movement.
Now, the latest Gaucho poll shows Moore leading Cox by more than 30 points. Fox 45 News reached out to Cox's campaign for comment. We have not heard back.
Meanwhile, Republicans have an advantage in polling on the economy and inflation just weeks away from these midterms. A new poll from the New York Times and Siena College finds Republicans have a 4-point advantage over Democrats among likely voters in congressional races. Democrats led that poll by 1 point in September. Voters who say economic issues are a top concern favor Republicans 44 to 36. President Biden earns a 39% approval rating in that poll, 58% disapprove.
If you want to pre-register to vote in Maryland or make sure your voter registration information is up to date before casting your ballot in November, state election leaders say you must do so by today.
Now, you can make those changes one of 3 ways. Online at elections.maryland.gov, mailing a paper application to your county board of elections postmarked by today, or completing an in-person application at your local Board of Elections office. If you so choose, you can also register to vote in person right on Election Day or at any early voting center.
And be sure to check out the Fox 45 voter guide for all of our reporting on the upcoming general election. Head to foxbaltimore.com/vote2022. We are 2 weeks into fall, and for millions of Americans, it will soon feel like winter. These are just a few clips from Indiana, Wisconsin, Michigan, Minnesota. They can have it. The snow's already starting to fall.
It's like frozen apple pie out there. Parts of the country from the Great Lakes to the Deep South forecast to see temperatures at least 10 degrees below average on, today and then Wednesday, prompting the National Weather Service to issue freeze watches and warnings for more than 70 million Americans. Temperatures expected to rebound at the end of the week, though.
Those are perfect for going inside and having a nice warm apple fritter with a cup of tea while it's snowing outside.
Yes, I like that.
You agree?
I like all that. Yeah, Patrice, Tom, good morning to both of you. And here's what we're talking about with those cold temperatures. Look at all of the people. These are the millions we just talked about that are under freeze warnings. All of that purple, Southern Illinois, Indiana, basically entire Mid-South under those freeze warnings. And it extends to Western Maryland for Allegheny and Garrett counties. We've got freeze warnings this morning until 10 a.m. And we'll have another round of freeze warnings for tomorrow morning as well. Meanwhile, the light blue for the Eastern Shore frost advisories. That's because our temperatures are going to drop again tonight and into tomorrow morning. That's all because of that area of low pressure that's in the Great Lakes. And you can see the high temperatures across the country today where that cold area is. Minneapolis, Chicago, Detroit in the 40s for highs. We're only in the 50s here. Meanwhile, out west, they're cooking with temperatures in the upper 80s for LA and Phoenix. This time of year, definitely hotter there. But here's that next weather maker that's bringing us the cold air. So we saw the cold front that came through yesterday. That's what actually brought us a line of showers, and times you got a little bit of a downpour outside. Right now, the weather is dry. No rain that we're tracking at this moment, but you want to make sure to bundle the kids up as they head out this morning. Beep, beep. If you haven't gotten outside yet, numbers are into the lower 40s, and we'll continue that trend into the next few hours. So it'll definitely be a see your breath type morning. We're only back to the mid to upper 50s as we get into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour this afternoon. So it will be cool. Upper 60s is typically where we are. And remember, we hit 71 yesterday. Even with that cloud cover around, we still got temperatures in the lower 70s. Nowhere near those numbers today. Mainly mid to upper 50s for our highs. You can see that up and down the 95 corridor here, but there's that colder air. Pittsburgh and Cumberland there only in the mid 40s for highs today. Western Maryland close to 50 degrees. Now, in terms of any snowfall, our future scan staying mainly dry here for today. Late tonight into tomorrow morning, we have those little areas in blue right there. We could see a few what we call upslope showers on the Alleghenies. So some of the higher elevations of the mountains could pick up a few flakes flying, but we're really not tracking any of that here at home. We stayed dry today and we'll continue the warming trend as we head toward the end of the week. So once we get through these next couple of days, those numbers are coming right back up. Mid to upper 50s Tuesday and Wednesday, low to mid 60s into Thursday and Friday, and then we've got lower 70s on the way for this weekend. It'll be a spectacular weekend for all those outdoor activities, including the big Ravens game coming up Sunday afternoon at 1 at M&T Bank Stadium. And don't forget, sting, right there, that little QR code squiggly thing, you take a picture of that and boom, that app is right there in the palm of your hand. Patrice?
Let's take a look now at our Linstola traffic network, and here is a look at 895 and 95 this morning. And you can see the volume definitely starting to pick up now at this 6:20 hour, but they're moving along smoothly. No issues to report. Let's get a check of mass transit. Here's Mark Jones with the MTA. Hi, Mark.
Well, good morning, Patrice. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. You'll find Camden train 845 canceled this morning, and we've got Penn train 511 operating with about a 5-minute delay in your travels. Allowed time for travel there. Out there on Light Rail Link, it's maintaining schedule. No delays in either direction out there on Light Rail Link and Metro Subway Link, adhering to schedule between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for the commute. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Johns.
Thank you, Mark.
We're already seeing early voting numbers coming in from some states just ahead the surprising amount of voters who already submitted their ballots.
And prepare yourself early this year to maximize the efficiency of your heating and air quality systems. Just ahead, simple ways to save money on your next energy bill. Time now 6:21.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
$6.24. With energy costs expected to increase this winter, it is more important than ever to maximize the efficiency of your heating and your air quality systems. The good news, that can start with an inexpensive DIY fix. Seasons changing not only affects the climate outside, but the climate in your home as well. You can pay a lot to have a professional take care of your systems when things go wrong, but why pay for one of the simplest fixes? Don't wait until you have to have it serviced. You can install clean filters yourself.
A dirty furnace or air conditioning filter can release particles into the air and can eventually damage your HVAC system.
Locate filters near the units as well as air returns in the ceiling. The size is printed right on the side, so you can buy the right one and pop it back in. Your heating system can remove moisture from your home's air, causing itchy, dry eyes and skin.
A good humidifier goes a long way to keeping you comfortable, but you need to clean it regularly in order to prevent bacteria from building up.
Generally, Consumer Reports says to drain, rinse, and towel dry the tank daily. Every week, deep clean the machine with vinegar and water, scrubbing the well in the base with a toothbrush and rinsing well. Place a cup each of water and vinegar in the tank and let it sit. Rinse and towel dry. An air purifier can't work at its full capacity unless air is pulled through a clean filter. To be most effective, change this filter according to manufacturer's instructions, usually every 6 to 12 months. According to the Environmental Protection Agency, the concentration of certain pollutants is often 2 to 5 times higher indoors than outdoors. So even though you can't see it, do what you can to keep the air in your home healthy. Starting off much colder this morning, meteorologist Justin Chambers lets us know when it will start to warm up.
The candidates for Comptroller of Maryland are participating in a forum today. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, all the details, plus find out who's endorsing each candidate. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning, 6:29. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. What about that apple crumble stuff? You know, it's like oatmeal kind of apple.
That's really good, too.
Yeah, that would be good, too.
Justin brought in an apple fritter this morning and gave some to Tom.
Well, because I'm still looking for the best apple fritter that's in town. And Tom, another Tom.
I get the leftovers, though. I know. So I'm not complaining.
But now we need you to share with the entire class.
But another Tom said I should go to the Amish market in Cockeysville Thursday,
This
Friday,
Tom has told you that,
I
too.
know, Tom, I know. And all the Toms, I will go there, I promise. Let's take a look outside and see what's going on with our forecast right now as we shift over to weather. Looking right now over the stadiums, we know that it's looking good right now. It's chilly. M&T Bank Stadium, though, will be rocking on Sunday afternoon as the Browns are in town. I don't even know who's quarterback in that team anymore. So 28, your number in Oakland right now. That's cold. 39 in Cumberland, or 38 in Hagerstown, and lower 40s in Westminster and Bel Air down through Baltimore City. So Mr. Bo says get those bun warmers going. Next couple of hours, numbers will rise steadily in the low to mid 40s, but it is definitely chilly here this morning, and we're only going to get to the upper 50s today and tomorrow. So got a little bit of a cold snap here before those numbers steadily rise into this upcoming weekend. And man, I tell you, it's going to be a fantastic fall weekend. We'll take a closer look at that coming up in just a few minutes. Hopefully fantastic on the roads, Patrice?
Well, so far it has been. Let's see if we're still at that point. Looking at the Linstola traffic network, as we look at the highways around our area, you see people up and out and moving this morning, but they are moving. That is the key word there. No slowdowns, no issues to report.
Now, Fox 45 News is taking you beyond the podium. We're just weeks away from the November general election, 3 weeks to be exact from today. One of the big races to watch is the race for Maryland State Comptroller.
Well, current Harford County Executive Barry Glassman is the Republican nominee. State Delegate Brooke Learman is his Democratic challenger. Olivia Dance is joining us live now as both candidates are preparing to tackle the biggest issues facing Marylanders. Olivia.
Yeah, the Maryland State Bar Association is hosting a forum for both of the candidates this morning. The event starts at 8 and runs until 10. But this forum comes as both candidates have gathered some major endorsements. Republican Barry Glassman has been endorsed by Governor Larry Hogan, despite Hogan saying he will not support Dan Cox for governor. The Washington Post also offered its endorsement to Glassman, while the Baltimore Sun, the Baltimore County Executive, and Congressman John Sarbanes have all endorsed Democrat Brooke Learman. But I'll have live updates all morning once the forum begins. And you can also visit our website at foxbaltimore.com to watch the full event. For now, reporting live in Glen Burnie, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
And next week on Fox 45 Morning News, we will be speaking live with Barry Glassman on Tuesday and then Brooke Learman on Thursday as they make their final push to Election Day. Now, we are just 3 weeks away from Election Day, and we're getting a firsthand look at some early voting numbers nationwide.
Shannon Lilly is at our live center this morning as new polls show Republicans gaining momentum in the Senate race. Shannon.
Yeah, and right now, Tom, we are taking a live look over the White House this morning. The president is getting on the campaign trail. He is expected to travel to Fort Lauderdale in early November to stump for former Governor Charlie Crist, who is looking to unseat current Governor Ron DeSantis. Now, former President Trump is also stumping for Republican candidates who will be on the ballot. In fact, just yesterday, he held a fundraiser for Maryland gubernatorial candidate Dan Cox. Early voting begins on October 27th here in Maryland, but it's already underway in more than a dozen states. And this morning, we are getting early numbers on voter turnout. According to data analyzed by the University of Florida's U.S. Elections Project, more than 2 million people have already voted in the 2022 general election. Now, these votes were taken through early and mail-in voting. Experts say that's much higher than typical midterm turnouts. Again, early voting in Maryland begins on Thursday, October 27th, and runs through Thursday, November 3rd. And that's the latest from the Live Center. Patrice and Tom, back to you.
6:33 now and making headlines. This week marks 20 years since the Dawson killings, a dark moment in Baltimore history. In October of 2002, Angela Dawson, her husband, and their 5 children were killed after she reported drug activity in the neighborhood. Their home was firebombed. Over the years, Fox 45 News has since reported on Baltimore's so-called no-snitching culture. Former FBI agent Dr. Tyrone Powers says it endures to this day.
In terms of people not necessarily engaging the police then were the same issues we were dealing with now. So their question becomes, what if I participate in helping the police resolve the crime in terms of murder, robbery, and then I become a victim? Then even my participation I won't get to see the results of my participation because I will be the next victim. And that has always been a dilemma.
You can see more from our interview with Dr. Powers, including what it would take to bring witnesses forward. It's on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Well, the trial in the murder of a Morgan State University student will move now to the next phase, that's sentencing, and that's expected to happen shortly before Christmas. 22-year-old Kevin Sharp pleaded not guilty to first-degree murder in the death of Barry Ransom. Police say Sharp robbed and killed Ransom last October in the parking lot at the shops of Kenilworth and Towson. Days later, police arrested Sharp, saying the 22-year-old had tried to sell some of Ransom's belongings on Instagram.
A University of Baltimore student is getting a lot of attention on TikTok, saying the school is not doing enough to protect her and the campus after she says another student threatened her with a gun. Fox 45 News found court records which show the suspect is facing several charges, including assault, stalking, and possessing a handgun. In her video posted Sunday, the student says the university did send a message out to students about the incident, but did not include that the suspect is a student. Now, it is not clear whether the suspect is a student. We're reaching out to the university for comment. The university tells us they received our questions and are working on a response.
Now, the double shooting that injured a restaurant worker in Fells Point 3 weeks ago is now a homicide investigation. Baltimore police confirming the second victim shot in that incident, Elijah Hooks, has died of his injuries. Hooks and a woman were on South Broadway Street, just a block from Broadway Square. The Baltimore Police Department has not yet said what led up to the shooting, though. An $8,000 reward is now being offered for information leading to the arrest and conviction of the person responsible.
Should school police officers be armed? The debate that has been reignited after a deadly shooting in front of Merville High School earlier this year.
Chilly temperatures will greet you this morning. The best way to warm up? Yeah, that's right, a warm apple fritter. Meteorologist Justin Chambers buying the rest of us all around here in the studio some apple fritters today, and he's going to share with them what we can expect the rest of the week.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
This represents the end of 39 days without rainfall in Austin, Texas. As a huge swath of the nation expects a cold snap, meteorologist Austin Burke says those frigid temperatures are not likely for Austin. Things there could dip to 40 or the 30s. That usually happens a little later. Burke says if Austin drops to 40, it would be their fourth earliest time on record.
For more content like this, follow the National Weather Desk on Twitter.
6:39 is your time right now. We are 21 minutes in front of 7 o'clock, starting to get a little bit of a morning glow. Different from yesterday. Remember, we had all that cloud cover. Should be able to see a nice, bright sunrise for you in just a little bit. And of course, we'll share that with you. Yard and gardening counts, mid to upper 40s. We'll get to the mid to upper 50s later today, and that's about it. So it is definitely going to be a cooler afternoon with breezy conditions as well. We'll take a closer look at when we see some warmer numbers. And good news, it's just in time for the weekend. Back to you.
6:40 now. A toddler is going viral for her love of a creepy doll.
Yeah, I mean, the eyes light up. It's got cracked skin right here. The doll's name is Chloe. And 3-year-old Briar Beard, who you see right there, kind of with their head tilted, was immediately attracted to Chloe when she saw her at the Halloween store. Her mother eventually relented and bought her the demon doll.
The mother knows. Did you see her just looking
yeah.
at the camera? She's like, I know.
Great.
I don't know why we did this. But the daughter loves it. So the daughter even took creepy Chloe on a trip to Disney World with them. The staff there, we're going to say, was smitten, to put a nice spin on. I think they were frightened. And so they gave them all these extra perks. Pictures of the creepiest doll on Earth in the happiest place on Earth with her loving owner went viral on social media.
If we keep, can you go back and show that a little bit? Because there's another doll on the bed. Look at the doll on the bed right below. That's not nicer. Is that Annabelle?
It looks like it. So
she's really into creepy dolls. All right. Yeah.
I don't know what to say to that. And I don't know where these people are from, if they're local. Hey,
either.
This is great.
To each their own. We want to see your decorations and your costumes. You could also share your stunning pictures of all the fall foliage. Send us your photos, your videos, your pictures of apple pie or apple fritters. And we can maybe be able to even see them and share them on air or online. Just head to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in.
Better yet, bring the fritters here. We'll take a picture and post it on Chime In. Your information is now a target for hackers. Ahead in our 9 o'clock hour, the tools that you could use to keep your account safe and secure.
How long is too long to hold the same job? Well, just ahead, the debate in Washington when it comes to put your hand down, term limits for lawmakers.
They would have booted me out a long time ago.
6:42. 6:44 now in your morning rush this morning. Glen Burnie High School students getting ready to head back to the classroom after police found a student with a loaded gun. Olivia Dance is joining us live from Glen Burnie this morning now with the details. And Olivia, this isn't the first incident, though, the school has seen recently.
No, Tom, it's not. But as you mentioned yesterday, a student here at Glen Burnie High was found with a loaded gun. That student was arrested near campus, putting the school on a short lockdown. But this is now the second incident involving a weapon at the high school in less than a week. Last Wednesday, a student was arrested inside the school after a fight broke out, and a student slashed a classmate in the stomach with a pocket knife. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, to find out how the principal is responding. Back to you.
Thank you, Olivia. A spike in car thefts in Howard County has police concerned for a particular group of owners. Police sharing that Hyundai and Kia vehicles are the top targets, particularly 2016 and newer Hyundais and Kias that date back to 2011. Police posting a Facebook recommendation to buy steering wheel locks.
In your morning rush, if you want to pre-register to vote in Maryland, make sure your voter registration information is up to date before casting your ballot in November. State election leaders say you must do so by today. You can make those changes one of three ways: online at elections.maryland.gov, mailing a paper application to your county board of elections, or completing an in-person application at your local board of elections office. If you so choose, you can also register to vote in person on election day or at an early voting center.
Well, even though fall brings change each year, it doesn't always hold true on the Hill. This is said to be the oldest Congress ever, bringing new life to the question, is it time for term limits? While presidents are held to 2 consecutive times in the Oval Office, that's not the case in Congress, though, where as long as they keep getting votes, they keep their seats. And that means Chuck Grassley was held that seat in Washington 1975. And we also have Nancy Pelosi, who was in 1987 and is still there. So is it fair to hold the president to 2 terms, yet allow everyone else in Congress to just keep getting voted back in? That's the question.
That's a good question. I kind of have mixed feelings on this. On one hand, I think that there is value and experience, you know, with not allowing the term limits.
Right.
But then with term limits, maybe you could have more lawmakers seizing the day and really taking advantage of the fact that they only have so much time. Right. You could also limit some of the corruption that happens.
I mean, that may hold true because a lot of people say they become friends with lobbyists or turn into lobbyists. So, yeah.
Pros and cons on both sides, and I think that is why it is a discussion around the country, and I think that's why a lot of voters are going to be voting on this and you know, putting their feelings out there.
Get them out.
Get them out? You want new blood?
I want fresh blood.
Yeah?
I do.
Every 8 years, or would you change it? Would you say 12 years?
I think it's something like that. I mean, that's where the discussion, I think, can be. It doesn't need to be just, okay, 2 years in and out.
Right.
I think, you know, you get time to get that experience, and then when you get to that certain point, then you're trying to make, you know, the changes that you need that are necessary.
By virtue of that, I'd be out of here, Justin.
I know.
Oh, so Justin's saying, so I don't get an apple fritter, and now you're trying to kick me out of my job.
Long gone, yeah. We'd have newer people in and all.
Move on. Just
hey,
move
look,
on.
we already got rid of that other meteorologist. He never brought stuff. I bring stuff all the time.
He would eat stuff.
He would eat, yeah. So he's term limited. Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
He went down my side.
Yeah, he's over on the dark side is what we call it. All right, good morning. We are seeing a beautiful shot here this morning. Our downtown Baltimore camera. Man, I don't know how long Patrice is going to hold over my head that I did not bring her an apple fritter today. So I got to figure something out. I got to figure something out. All right. Good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday to you as we take a look outside. This is a really pretty shot here, and I'll step out of the way so you can get my mug out and you can check out what's going on with our Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam. We do have a few clouds hanging around right now. We did see some rain showers yesterday afternoon as that cold front came through. 43 your current temp at BWI Thurgood Marshall. Westerly wind about 9 to 15 miles an hour at this time. And taking a look here at our HD radar, the cold front is well to the east of us now. Here's that large area of low pressure in the Great Lakes bringing the snow showers to that part of the country. And then that colder air is what the next weather maker is. And that's what we're all experiencing here this morning. It's going to be even colder tomorrow morning as that cold air really settles in. But we talked about this earlier, more than 70 million people under freeze warnings. All of this area of the country in the purple, which includes the mid-south areas as far south as down through New Orleans and Louisiana areas and parts of the Gulf Coast region of Alabama and Mississippi. be under freeze warnings. For us here at home, we have freeze warnings in Garrett and Allegheny County, but also some frost advisories for you there for Kent and Queen Anne's County out toward the eastern shore for tomorrow morning. And we'll still have these freeze warnings again in western Maryland again tomorrow morning. Now, not here locally. It's going to be cold tonight, but already our temperatures are going to start warming up as soon as we get that sun coming up, which is not until 7:19 this morning. So as you rise and shine with us, enjoy some coffee and breakfast with us. We'll keep those numbers into the 40s. Little chilly for golf today on your forecast, but mid-40s by 9 a.m. golfers and mid-50s into the noon hour, topping out in the mid to upper 50s, and that's about it. We officially hit 71 yesterday, even with the cloud cover that was around, but numbers are definitely coming down along the mid-Atlantic. And look at western Maryland, only in the upper 40s today in those parts of our state. So here's a look at our future scan. Staying dry today, late tonight into early tomorrow morning. Look at those areas in blue right there. Could get some upslope snow showers on parts of the western edges of the Alleghenies. But by the time we get into Thursday afternoon and Friday, dry conditions and warmer numbers on the way. Halloween time, here we go. More of our Halloween pet picks, which we love seeing from you. This is Lenny from Audrey Cake. And Lenny has had a little too much fun at the party. So Audrey, thank you very much for sending us your Halloween pet pick. I'd love to get more of yours in too. We've got about 13 days until Halloween, and we'll keep showing those for you. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. Upper 50s today and tomorrow, guys. We're talking about low to mid 60s Thursday and Friday, and then lower 70s for this upcoming weekend. Man, I'm telling you, it is going to be just spectacular for that Ravens game on Sunday afternoon. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your traffic in Linstola Traffic Network. And look at all this green with a little bit more yellow and reds here added. Parkville, the upper outer loop of the Beltway is because of traffic there. There is one incident, but it's really on 270. Everybody else around the Baltimore region, you're fine. You can get into the holiday season with entertainment and festive family fun. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark will let you know how you'll be able to attend this sold-out event.
It's a Festivus miracle. Just ahead this morning, you have the chance to win tickets to see Jerry Seinfeld live when he comes to Baltimore, but you have to wait for your cue to call. You know what else we're waiting on? Some apple fritters. Maybe apple Danish, apple turnover. Any of those would go great with the coffee break. Guess we'll just have to settle for the coffee now, though. Thanks, Justin. 6:55, and now to your assignment. America holiday gifts are already on sale, and it's not even Halloween.
Yeah, this is because businesses know people are buying right now as consumers fear inflation could drive those prices up even further as we get closer to December. In the past 2 weeks, Amazon and Target rolling out major sale days to try and meet demand or create some demand. So the question is, do you buy now or do you wait? Genevieve Remay with our Sinclair sister station in Portland with how to shop smarter.
The holidays this year, a jingle-jangled mess. As shoppers seek super sales out of season, we've already seen Target and Amazon slash prices in October, more than a month before Thanksgiving. But should you be buying now? Adobe Analytics released its online shopping report, which attempts to predict when the biggest deals are going to drop. Yeah, we're seeing sales all over the place right now. But it turns out tradition still reigns. Adobe says the best discounts are going to be between Thanksgiving and Cyber Monday. So here's what you should buy when. If you're in the market for electronics, well, Adobe says that means you should shop on Thanksgiving Day. If you're looking specifically for TVs, though, circle Black Friday on your calendar. As we transition to Saturday, also known as Small Business Saturday, keep that in mind. We'll circle back to it later. If you've got kids in your life, that's when you're going to want to buy toys. We'll wrap up the weekend with Sunday, and that's when Adobe says you're going to score on sports goods and apparel. It, of course, all leads to Cyber Monday, a huge shopping event, and that is when Adobe says you'll want to log online if you're looking to buy computers and furniture. Whew, that was a busy weekend, but don't discount December. Adobe says the first of the month is going to be the best time if you're looking to upgrade your appliances. Let's walk it back to Saturday, because that's a huge day for small businesses. Adobe found apparel sales online are actually taking a hit for the 2022 holidays, down nearly 7% as more people return to shopping in stores of all kinds, like Black Wagon Toys.
These are small brands, family brands, mostly women-owned brands.
Owner Carrie Daza says when it comes to big box stores, e-commerce giants, she knows.
Honestly, I can't compete.
She has her own strategy.
I just have to pivot and do something different.
Content over price cuts.
And a lot of these toys are things that people probably wouldn't find in a big box store. I sure hope not.
Unlike the madness in the malls,
I'm not going to put my Christmas stuff out before Halloween.
Black Wagon will wait until Black Friday for the elves to stock the shelves with sweet finds.
They have a food truck. Who does the food truck?
Perfect for Portlanders.
It is.
But Carrie's small business shopping secret, if you see something you like now,
you should grab it, because reordering is slow and probably not going to be able to happen in time to restock it for the holidays.
So if you see it, buy it.
See it, buy it, please.
Microsoft is cutting jobs. Axios reports the company has let go of additional workers as the tech firm expects its revenue to slow down. This is the latest round of cuts since Microsoft announced back in July that it had let go less than 1% of its employees. These latest layoffs reportedly affected less than 1,000 Microsoft employees.
Now, many families are still struggling to find baby formula a year after the countrywide shortages began. New census data shows nearly 1 in 5 affected households has less than a week of formula on hand. Pandemic causing disruptions in supply starting in 2020, and then levels further depleted, leaving shelves bare. In February, a major supplier had to shut down and then recall already scarce products. Baby formula is one of the most regulated items, making it difficult to import. Now, the crisis shed some light on the fragility of the industry and the need to safeguard production.
In less than a week, there have been 2 incidents involving weapons here at Glen Burnie High School. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, hear how the principal is responding.
A Baltimore teen is scheduled to appear in court this week, charged with killing a 17-year-old football player outside of Mervo High School. Project Baltimore is examining the renewed debate over whether school police officers should be armed.
Chilly start to your Tuesday morning, but numbers are going to be even colder tomorrow. We'll take a look at how long these cold numbers stay with us.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Bundle up this morning because it is chilly out there. You are taking a look at live pictures from outside. Now, the sun will be out today, but so will the winds, and it's going to feel brisk. Good morning on this Tuesday, October 18th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we've been talking about apple-flavored things, mainly apple fritters. That's what started this. But you know what I was thinking about? No apple-flavored ice cream, really. Not heard of. You got Tootsie Rolls, Tootsie Pops, apple everything. Apple pie, apple cookies. But really, ice cream.
I feel like we're going down a bubble gum road here.
Yeah, we are.
Right, but apple cider donuts this time of year, right?
Oh, yeah.
Which would also be good, which also you did not bring.
Okay, well, we'll get to that.
For me, anyway.
I appreciate that. Calling me out. It's all good.
I love my apple fritter you brought me,
You and
Justin.
Tom have this bromance going, but
Good
you know.
morning, everybody. Let's take a look at our forecast, shall we? Take a look outside here. Our Towson camera. Turn off their mics. I'm just kidding. Beautiful shot right now in Towson. It is chilly. Yeah, we're talking about that. Definitely a nice morning for some warm apple cider, maybe. 38 your temperature in Cockeysville. Woo! That is a fall chill in the air, my friends. 39 in Columbia. How about 35 in Gaithersburg? 41 in Baltimore City. So a colder morning, breezy and chilly this afternoon. We'll see plenty of sunshine, but it's going to stay on the chilly side, and then we do warm up nicely for the weekend. So definitely need the bun warmers and the heaters on this morning on your morning drive. Mr. Bo says keep that heater flow going. Numbers in the low to mid 40s over the next few hours. Back with your full forecast coming up in just a few. How's it looking on the chilly roads right now, Tom?
Not too bad. However, there are some incidents now that we need to report. One on the outer loop 695 right at Liberty Road. You see that on the left-hand side of your screen there. There's two vehicles involved there. Then we also have another incident. The other side, 95 southbound, right before you get to the Harbor Tunnel, there's a collision there. That's not causing too many delays, but it's really the west side that's going to make an impact for your commute coming from 795. You're heading south or around the outer loop.
7:02 and turning now to the crisis in the classroom. Classes are set to begin soon at Glen Burnie High School, and many students are on edge following yet another weapon found in the school.
Just last week, police arresting a 17-year-old student after they say he cut a classmate with a pocket knife.
And now a 17-year-old student is in custody after he was found carrying a loaded handgun just off of campus. Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning from Glen Burnie with the alarming trend that's taking place and what is being done to stop it. Olivia.
Good morning. And yes, students are heading back to school here shortly. But as you mentioned yesterday, they were placed on a brief lockdown after one student here at Glen Burnie High was found with a loaded gun. The student was arrested near the school, placing the school on that short lockdown and delaying dismissal by just over 10 minutes. The principal of the school sent a letter to parents saying the teen is a senior at the high school and that it's still unclear what the teen intended to do with the weapon. But this is now the second incident involving a weapon at the high school in less than a week. Last Wednesday, a student was arrested inside the school after a fight broke out, and a student slashed a classmate in the stomach with a pocket knife. The victim's injuries were described as minor, but the principal is asking parents to talk with their children and says, quote, "Our school is no place for weapons of any kind." For now, reporting live in Glen Burnie, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Now to a city in crisis. Fox 45 News' coverage of squeegee kids continues this morning.
The chief district judge who oversees the city's consent decree called the police over a heated exchange with squeegee kids.
During a consent decree hearing in August, Judge James Bradar spoke out about squeegee kids. He disagrees with the mayor's assertion that squeegeeing is protected speech.
Now, according to a police report, the judge was harassed by squeegee kids Sunday afternoon. The judge and his wife stopping at the intersection of Mount Royal Terrace and West North Avenue when they were approached by two squeegee kids. And according to the police, the two refused to back away when Bradar said that he was not interested in having his windows washed. And Judge Bradar told police that the squeegee kids then went on to write racist in soap suds on his car window, gave the couple the middle finger, and then spat on their vehicle. Well, according to Sean Kennedy with the Maryland Public Policy Institute, the judge's response to this incident was problematic at best.
This judge is the one overseeing the consent decree. It's just somewhat surprising that he thinks that him being harassed is worthy of police response, while so many other crimes, so many other police enforcement activities are being hampered under his watch.
Now, the Baltimore Banner first reported this incident. The judge said that there was no damage to his vehicle and no assault, but still officers responded. According to the police report, the squeegee kids were given a warning and then told to cease further squeegee-related activity at that location.
These squeegee workers targeted a high-profile individual who asked for special treatment, and it was heartening to see that BPD didn't intervene here and do anything more than they would have done for any other citizen, which is zilch.
Spokesperson for the judge confirming the incident, but declined, though, to comment.
Fox 45 News has heard of several squeegee-related incidents at that very same intersection of Mount Royal Terrace and North Avenue. Last month, a woman shared her story with Fox 45 News.
He just walked up to my car, even though I said no, and he started spraying the car and all that stuff. He was just like talking, like screaming something that I couldn't really understand. The moment I hit my gas, he hit the car with his squeegee thing. The guy just tried to physically assault my husband. He's like, "You want to fight? You want to fight?"
According to Baltimore police, there have been more than 600 squeegee-related calls for service between July 1st and early October across the city. From September 13th through the first half of October, there were 37 squeegee-related calls for service to that intersection.
Laws are in place to keep squeegee kids out of intersections in Baltimore. One law states a person cannot stand on a roadway to solicit a ride, employment, or business from a driver. Another statute targets aggressive soliciting, defined by actions like intentionally blocking a driver or using obscene language and intimidation.
7:06 and making headlines. This week marks 20 years since the Dawson killings, a dark moment in Baltimore history. In October of 2002, Angela Dawson, her husband, and their 5 children were killed after she reported drug activity in the neighborhood. Their home was firebombed. Over the years, Fox 45 News has since reported on Baltimore's so-called no-snitching culture. Former FBI agent Dr. Tyrone Powers says it endures to this day.
In terms of people not necessarily engaging the police then were the same issues we were dealing with now. So their question becomes, what if I participate in helping the police resolve the crime in terms of murder, robbery, and then I become a victim? Then even my participation, I won't get to see the results of my participation because I will be the next victim. And that has always been a dilemma.
You can see more from our interview with Dr. Powers, including what it would take to bring witnesses forward. It's all on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Now, the trial of a murder Morgan State University student will now move to the next phase of sentencing. That's expected to happen shortly before Christmas. 22-year-old Kevin Sharp pleaded not guilty to first-degree murder in the death of Barry Ransom. Police say Sharp robbed and killed Ransom last October in the parking lot of the shops of Kenilworth in Towson. Days later, police arrested Sharp, saying that the 22-year-old had tried to sell some of Ransom's belongings on Instagram. Double shooting that injured a restaurant worker in Fells Point 3 weeks ago is now a homicide investigation. Baltimore police confirming the second victim shot in the incident, Elijah Hooks, has now died of his injuries. Hooks and a woman were on South Broadway Street, just a block from Broadway Square. Baltimore police has not yet said what led up to that shooting, though. An $8,000 reward is now being offered for information leading to the arrest and conviction of the person responsible. It could be another banner day for stocks, and there's good news for your 401k.
Shannon Lilly joining us from our live center this morning with your money news. Shannon.
And as you just mentioned, Patrice and Tom, this is good news. We're starting with a live look from beautiful New York City this morning. The markets are improving, with the Dow rising almost 600 points. It is the best day since July. Now, the Nasdaq is up by 350 points, or more than 3%. A few things that have helped with this. We had some better than expected earnings reports, including a report from Bank of America, and the UK did an about-face on plans to cut taxes, a move that's put new Prime Minister Liz Truss's future in question only a month into the job. Now, a quick check of market futures shows the upward trend continuing before the opening bell. The Dow up another 400 points overnight, but don't get too excited. Most economists say we're still in for a rough patch ahead. Year to date, the Dow is still down by more than 17%. The S&P is down by 23%. The Nasdaq is down by 32%. So your 401k has a long way to go before it's back to its December peak. Now, today we will be watching for the first in a series of housing reports that are due this week. A survey of home builders comes out at 10 this morning, and it is widely expected to show they're pessimistic about the months ahead, with the housing market expected to weaken further as interest rates approach 7%. Now, that's the latest from the Live Center. Tom and Patrice, back to you.
Happening today, the two candidates for comptroller will participate in a forum. The Maryland State Bar Association and Goucher College are hosting that forum at 8 a.m. Howard County Schools will unveil an $800,000 expansion to school-based wellness centers. Plus, there will be a news conference on the 50th anniversary of the Clean Water Act, going over Maryland's failures of water pollution enforcement.
A Ladue tradition of illuminating fun returns.
Mark Clark is live with what's coming up in Baltimore. Oh, we're going to get back to Mark.
All right, well, let's take a look at the stories making your headlines, though, this hour. It's a rematch for Howard County Executive. Just ahead this morning, the current county executive will be joining us live in studio as he's making his final push for Election Day.
And the online application is officially live for student loan forgiveness, the legal challenge that could put the brakes on removing some people's debts.
FOX45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Newly released surveillance footage shows Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie in what investigators believe was just hours before her death.
The couple was caught on camera both outside and inside of the Whole Foods store in Jackson, Wyoming, August 27th of last year. The white van that they are highlighting right there is seen pulling into the parking lot. Later, the pair shown walking into the store and then pacing around inside. After leaving that store, though, the van reportedly pulls out onto Highway 89, leading to Brigger Teton National Forest campsite. And Gabby Petito's remains would be found about 30 miles north of the campsite about 3 weeks after this surveillance video was captured. Investigators say this is the last time Gabby Petito was seen alive.
The White House officially launches the Student Loan Forgiveness Application website. That website available at studentaid.gov. President Biden describes it as easy and fast. He calls the launch a game changer for millions of Americans. Biden says the beta testing site has already handled more than 8 million applications without a glitch.
As millions of people fill out the application, we're going to make sure the system continues to work as smoothly as possible so that we can deliver student loan relief for millions of Americans as quickly and as efficiently as possible.
President Biden also acknowledges there is a legal challenge underway to try to block the repayment program. The Job Creators Network is one of the organizations that filed a lawsuit against the Biden administration. The group's chief legal officer says their suit focuses on the process the government used to go through with the program.
Literally, this was a plan crafted, behind closed doors with no public input whatsoever, which is contrary to how any regulation, any program of this size needs to be developed under the law.
In August, Biden announced his decision to cancel up to $10,000 in student loan debt for those making less than $125,000 a year. Eligible borrowers who were also Pell Grant recipients could get as much as $20,000 in relief.
7:16 and turning now to wicked weather as much of the country is experiencing the season's coldest temperatures. Powerful storm expected to dump the season's first snow, frost, and freezes as the system is sweeping across a large swath of the Midwest, South, and East. Snow has already started falling in parts of Michigan, and in many areas, this early season cold snap will bring the lowest temperatures since April. Right now, staying warm for this freeze and into the winter season will likely cost you more money. Heating and gas costs have increased an average of 28% nationwide since last year.
I'm seeing bills of 200 gallons that almost $1,000. Compared to last year, it was half that.
Temperatures expected to rebound at the end of the week.
Well, I'm glad that's not what we're seeing. I mean, we are off to a chilly start this morning, but it's at least not snowy chilly. These are some live pictures from Ocean City, from Towson, from Baltimore. The sun is going to be out today, but so will the wind. So it will feel brisk, but still no snow.
No snow. Not yet.
No apple fritters.
There was words of flurries earlier, but meteorologist Justin Chambers, you did not say snow or flurries, right?
No. We're going to see the potential of some of those flurries in parts of the western mountains here late tonight into tomorrow morning, which I'll take a closer look at here in just a few moments from right now. But yeah, it's really the colder temperatures that are here from this upper level low. This is in the Great Lakes region, bringing the snow to those areas of the country. And we've got that cold air that has moved in behind our cold front. Millions of people under freeze warnings from most of the Mid-South and all the way down toward the Gulf Coast of the panhandle of Florida there. We've got freeze warnings in Garrett and Allegheny County and even frost advisories for you in Kent and Queen Anne's County for tomorrow morning. So the eastern shore getting a bit frosty as we'll see those colder temperatures hang around. Really pretty shot here from our Mile 1 Auto Group in Towson. Not much in the way of any cloud cover out there as that's mainly moved out and the sun coming up in just a few moments from right now. Officially, though, only 41 degrees. Some of you are in the 30s at this time. So make sure those kids are bundled up as they are headed out to the bus stop. Beep, beep, with temperatures this hour in the 40s, mid 50s by noon and mid to upper 50s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. There's Hank the Bird right there. Yeah, he's excited about the chilly temps. 45 by 9 a.m. Flip those numbers around to 54 by noon, and we'll be in the upper 50s later this afternoon. Not the lower 70s that we saw yesterday for some of us, even though we had to deal with a little bit of rain, but those low to mid and upper 50s across the region for central Maryland, up and down the 95 corridor as well. Philly and Baltimore down through D.C. and up into New York at 55 for today. Now, here's a look at our fall colors and really starting to pop, not only here at home in Baltimore, but I'm telling you, if you head out toward Garrett and Allegheny County, near peak right now, and you can see our temperatures and our fall colors will be around and getting close to peak within the next week or two right here across Baltimore County and areas around the Chesapeake. So here's a look at our future scan. Keeping things dry today, late tonight into early tomorrow morning. A few of those flakes starting to fly in parts of the western mountains as we were talking about. That's just a little bit of that leftover moisture. Pittsburgh and areas farther to the west, we'll see a better chance of that snow falling. And then as we get into the later part of the afternoon, we'll continue to see things drying up and warmer as we head toward the weekend. Now, I want to show you this. This is from one of our friends. This is Caden, and he made this pumpkin for his elementary school, and this is all for Poe's trip to the game day for the Ravens. So that is Caden's pumpkin right there, Poe. Thank you very much, buddy. Great shot for our Halloween pet pick. Maybe that's his pet. We'd love to see your pets too. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. Send me those pictures of your pets all dressed up, and we'll put them on TV. That's how we roll. All right, mid to upper 50s here Tuesday and Wednesday. Low to mid 60s Thursday and Friday as we head closer to the weekend, and even lower 70s for this upcoming weekend. I'm telling you guys, that weather for the Ravens game Sunday afternoon will just be stunning.
That sounds great, because right now it just is cold out there, so something to look forward to. Looking at our Linstola traffic network, we are taking a look at some traffic out on the Beltway. Volume is up. There are no major incidents, but you can see there in your upper right-hand corner, you're going just a little bit slower there, so maybe just the volume because we aren't hearing about anything in particular. So get up and get out if you've got somewhere to go this morning. Trending now, a new stormwater pond in Ellicott City could help save it from more catastrophic flooding in the future. Officials from the state and Howard County cut the ribbon at a flood pond to prevent severe flooding like this, the disaster we saw in 2018. Now, the storm pond would hold enough storm water to cover a football field 13 feet deep. This is just part of the mitigation plan to prevent repeats of the devastating floods down on Main Street in historic Ellicott City.
When we cut this ribbon today, we will continue to write a new, bright chapter in the story of Ellicott City, offering protection never seen before and ensuring its vibrancy for another 250 years and beyond.
The most recent damaging flood was in 2018. That was the third in a 7-year span.
Job of the Day is sponsored by Antwerpen Auto Group.
7:21 and getting Maryland back to work. It's time for our job of the day. Transformation Health, an outpatient mental health clinic in Baltimore, looking for administrative staff members. The position deals with data entry and providing administrative and secretarial support for the entire team. If you'd like more information about this position, you can go to foxbaltimore.com. If you're an employer with jobs that need to be filled, please send your information to news@foxbaltimore.com.
A spike in car thefts in Howard County has police and officials concerned, particularly for owners of two types of cars. Stay with us and find out if your car could be one of the ones targeted.
And with a beautiful view at Ladue Gardens this morning, getting ready for Garden Glow. Oh, what's going down? We'll tell you all about it coming up on the Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
7:25, it's so Baltimore. Ladue tradition of illuminating fun returns.
Be dazzled by creative jack-o'-lanterns, entertainment, and festive family fun. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is live in Moncton, and he's learning all about garden glow at Ladue. Hey, Mark.
Hey guys, so again, it doesn't get any more beautiful than Ladue Gardens. Look at this beautiful view. Emily, once again, it's garden glow time. I know this is an exciting time, and even though it's sold out, there's ways people can get tickets.
There
but
are.
Give us an update on what's going on.
So, fifth Garden Glow sold out. We had tickets available to members, and then when we made them available to the general public, they sold out in about an hour.
Boom!
But on Facebook, there is going to be a contest, and we're going to be giving away 20 tickets for each night. So look on our Facebook page and enter.
Okay.
We have fabulous food, fabulous artists, fabulous carvers, opportunities for guests to carve themselves, wonderful live music every night. So come out if you already have your ticket, and look on the Facebook page if you don't, and come join us. Also, check out our webpage, because this isn't the only thing we do, and you might be able to come out and visit us around Christmas time for a Christmas open house.
I don't know how you do it. This waking up to this, coming out to this every day is so beautiful, guys. I know you've been out here before. If you haven't, come on, but it's amazing out here at Ladue Gardens.
I mean, Mark, it's one of those locations where you're kind of like, you see it, you hear about it, and then you're like, oh, we should stop by there sometime. And then you're like, oh my goodness, this is right in our backyard. We've been missing this.
It's a beautiful time. It's beautiful.
All right, so are you going to be carving anything
Look, he's
later
just
on?
in awe.
Yeah.
I'm in awe. No, I might be carving something later. Stick around, guys. Who knows? Anything can happen out here.
All right, Mark. Well, if you want more information, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Still to come, sometime this morning, you have the chance to win free Seinfeld gear. Stay tuned, because you could win a T-shirt, a beanie, a marbled ride. No, just a mug, even tickets to see Jerry Seinfeld live in Baltimore.
But first, the debate over whether Baltimore City School resource officers should be armed is reignited. Project Baltimore is demanding answers as the 17-year-old accused of killing a Mervo High School student prepares for his day in court. 7:27 is the time.
Project Baltimore is sponsored by the Snyder Law Group. Call 410-THE-FIRM. Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. 7:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Yeah, it's going to be one of those Tuesdays where it's like getting the kids dressed in layers, and then by the afternoon, did you bring everything back, kids?
It's a cold start. Definitely going to want to start out that way. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here.
And you know, sometimes, guys, I talk about the onion effect, where it's like you have the layers, and then in the afternoon you can peel them back, but it's still going to be chilly later today, too. That's the thing, is we will only get into the 50s, and that's about it, which were our morning lows yesterday. Really pretty shot here. If you have a moment to take a look at your TV screen, we are seeing some of those fall colors popping in Towson and all around Baltimore City and County, and we know those colors will just keep changing, especially with the bright sunny skies and cold mornings, which is what we need. Look at that. 28 in Oakland, 39 in Cumberland and Westminster. Same number for you in Frederick. We're at 41 in Baltimore City right now and 43 in Bel Air. So as you're out for a run or a jog, get that extra layer on as well. Keeping those numbers in the 40s for the next few hours. We'll only be in the 50s today and tomorrow, but we're right back into the lower 60s on Thursday. And I'm telling you, a very nice weekend is right around the corner. I'll take a closer look at that coming up in a few. Patrice?
All right, let's take a look at what's happening on the roads in our Linstola traffic network as we take a look at the drive times, much different than just an hour or so ago. We are in the yellow across the board, 16 minutes from 795 to 95 and 24 minutes from 95 to 83.
A Baltimore teen is scheduled to appear in court this week, charged with killing a 17-year-old football player outside of Baltimore City High School.
As Project Baltimore's Chris Papps explains, the brazen shooting has renewed the debate over whether school police officers should be armed at all times.
School police. They're on the parking lot and they need a medic.
It was a shooting that claimed the life of 17-year-old Jeremiah Brogdon, gunned down outside Mervo High School.
We put out a citywide broadcast where we had students everywhere.
Police say it was a cold-blooded murder, which could have ended very differently if it happened just 19 minutes earlier.
Our police officers don't sign up to die.
Sergeant Clyde Boatwright is a city schools police officer and FOP president.
If he just killed one person, he'll kill another.
Boatwright says the shooter ran from the scene but was quickly apprehended for one reason, because the murder happened at 2:54 in the afternoon, 19 minutes after dismissal, when school police were armed.
So if you don't have the tools to stop him, why chase him? There's no expectation to chase an armed person and you're not armed.
Right now, under state law, Baltimore City is the only school police force in Maryland not allowed to carry guns in school during the school day. Their firearms are locked away until after dismissal. Had Brogdon been shot 19 minutes earlier, the police officers who responded would likely have been unarmed. And Boatwright says that means they would have been less likely to chase after a suspect who is armed, because it's too dangerous.
The suspect would have had the time he needed to get away. The officer would have had to go to a secure location, retrieve the firearm, and then respond back to the active threat.
Project Baltimore has learned the suspect in that shooting is 17-year-old Nazad Daniels, a student at Achievement Academy at Harbor City High School. He is charged with first-degree murder. Last school year, 15 guns were confiscated inside Baltimore City schools, a record amount according to Boatwright. 2 guns have already been confiscated this school year. And we've seen a number of violent incidents in recent years. But as concerns over violence appear to be growing, the police force is shrinking. According to city schools, the police force had more than 100 employees in 2016. That number has dropped every year since. It currently has 78 active employees to protect about 160 schools.
The numbers of active officers is the lowest that has been under my tenure since I've been there for 20 years.
Between a shortage of qualified candidates and poor retention, Boatwright says the police department is stretched too thin.
So, Chris, what I would say to you, by the way, good morning. Good to see you.
Project Baltimore caught up with City School CEO Dr. Sonia Santelises at a recent press conference where we asked her about the shortage of police officers. Does that concern you?
I will say we have about 5 to 7 vacancies right now, which for us is absolutely felt. We've talked about with FOP in terms of negotiations around salary and other incentives we can build in to recruit.
Baltimore City Schools told Project Baltimore there are actually 11 vacancies. Since 2019, the department has been allocated 89 employees, again, for roughly 160 schools. And remember, those employees under state law are not armed while in school. In 2018, after a shooting at a Baltimore high school, the city school board recommended lawmakers change the law and allow city schools police to carry guns at all times. But the issue was never voted on in Annapolis. And school CEO Dr. Sonia Santelises has never taken a public stance on the topic.
Do you believe that school police officers should be armed inside of these new schools or any school?
One, we know that that's a legislative issue. What I have said and gone on record as saying is that we have one of the best school police forces in the nation. My job is to make sure that our school police have what they need to be effective.
But do you have an opinion? This can be a matter of life and death.
If you want to go out to coffee and talk about it, Chris, we can, but I'm standing here right now as the Chief Executive Officer of Baltimore City Public Schools, and that's been my position, that either way the legislature goes, we are prepared to continue to work to keep young people in school safe.
Lawmakers will reconvene in Annapolis in January, but as of now, there are no bills addressing whether school police should be armed. I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
Cyber criminals may be targeting your smartphone with QR codes. What you can do to make sure that you don't fall victim.
We're tracking a chilly day ahead. Justin Chambers, our meteorologist, with how cold it's getting and how the temperatures will drop even more tonight. How you like them apples?
All right, 7:40 is your time right now. Beautiful shot here, looking out over our stadiums this morning. And look at that shot in Towson. Man, I love when it's on the big screen like that. That is our big live window. Bright, sunny skies. We'll see a lot of sunshine today. It'll be a bit breezy and still a bit chilly as well, but we'll warm up as we head toward the weekend, especially just in time for the Ravens game Sunday afternoon there at M&T Bank. A full look at that forecast coming up in just a few minutes. Back to you.
7:40 now. A spike in car thefts in Howard County has police and officials concerned, particularly for owners of two types. Police sharing that Hyundai and Kia vehicles are being taken, particularly 2016 and newer Hyundais and Kias that date back to 2011. Police say one thing that owners can do is to buy a steering wheel lock. Cyber criminals may be targeting your smartphone with QR codes.
Yeah, anytime you go to a high school game or something and they have those little stickers of QR codes, experts at CyberArk, which researches attacks and trends, attacks and trends, say consumers should make sure that those QR codes are from trusted sources before they point their phone at them and scan them. Some QR codes could just be stickers or phishing attacks and could allow your data to go to sources that you don't know about or tell your phone to do things later on that you don't know about. CyberArk says to inspect the QR codes and web addresses carefully, looking for physical tampering. It also says don't download apps from QR codes and don't make electronic payments using them.
Which is how so much happens today.
Everybody
QR codes
that.
are everywhere. We use. Okay. All right. Well, happening this morning, you have the chance to see Jerry Seinfeld live in Baltimore. All this week, we're giving away a Seinfeld prize pack. And if you win a prize pack, then that puts you in the running to win 2 tickets to the show happening October 28th at the Meyerhoff.
Now, wait for your cue to call. Caller number 10 will win the prize pack and be in the running, though, to win those tickets to see the show. We'll pick up a grand prize winner Friday.
You can watch Seinfeld weekdays on Fox 45 at 11:30 and midnight. Glen Burnie High School students are getting ready to head back into the classroom after police found a student with a loaded gun. We are live at that school before the first bell rings.
Oh, but first, Howard County residents will see 2 familiar faces battling it out for county executive in 3 weeks. Incumbent Calvin Ball facing Alan Kittleman, who used to be the county executive. Well, Mr. Ball is here right now in studio. We'll be discussing why he says residents should get him the support. That's coming up next. 7:42 is your time. 7:45, and it's 3 weeks until Election Day. Fox 45 continues to bring you the candidates wanting your vote. This morning, an election replay unfolding in Howard County. And joining us now, incumbent Howard County Executive Calvin Ball. Good morning, Mr. Ball.
Good morning.
The Howard County ballot, though, has two familiar names on it, Ball and Kittleman, both of you campaigning on education and safety. I saw that on websites here. Education, though, in Howard County, I know that that's an issue, but let's talk about safety first.
Well, I am just so proud to be the Democratic nominee, and I recognize that my Republican opponent is running once again, but the good thing is we both have 4 years of a record. So people can look at our record over our rhetoric. In public safety, we have actually seen a decrease in violent crime, a decrease in assaults, and we've increased our support, adding more money, more funding. We now have about 24 new patrol officers that are going to be coming online, the largest amount in the last 15 years. We fully implemented body-worn cameras. We have a fully working police accountability board, and we've been supporting our firefighters and EMS personnel, especially during this pandemic.
Your opponent, Kittleman, says that you have unethical practices with staff and have used taxpayer dollars to pay fines for violating the Public Information Act. How do you respond to those accusations from him?
Well, I've recognized that, these are the tactics that we see from my Republican opponent, from the federal level with President Trump, the state level with Dan Cox, and now him. And I usually like to focus on the issues and the topics that impact people's quality of lives. And so, yes, he definitely had one of his Republican operatives try to create all of this negativity. But I think Howard County residents want to see that we're going to invest in education, invest in public safety, be environmental leaders, and create the very best place to live, work, play, and grow in the nation.
Executive Ball, one of the other areas debated 4 years ago, Ellicott City's deadly flooding there. Now there's a massive pond that you have put in to handle almost 5 million gallons. How is flood mitigation going under your watch?
So we had devastating floods in 2011, 2016, and again in 2018. So once I became county executive at the end of 2018, we actually started a real plan, a community plan to address flood mitigation. We had high ground access signs. We cleaned out debris so that now we're always better prepared for that next storm. Early tone alerts, and now we cut the ribbon on the largest, most impactful flood mitigation project in the H7 pond that Ellicott City has ever seen.
Well, County Executive Calvin Ball with Howard County, thank you so much for coming in. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Sure. Now, we will be interviewing Republican nominee for Howard County Executive Alan Kittleman, though, this coming Thursday. And you can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote 2022 right now for a complete guide of all the candidates that we have interviewed.
All right, it's 7:48, and I just need to reach down and bring up.
You can smell it. You can smell the sugar.
Before I toss it over to meteorologist Justin Chambers, I mean, nobody else brought any for me named Justin Chambers specifically, so someone else
who brought
did.
It? Was that the Apple Fritter Fairy?
Yes.
It was the Apple Fritter Fairy, and all of these are for me.
Oh, perfect.
But now, wait a minute. In defense, Justin, you were saying, she's been giving us a hard time because you brought me an apple fritter, the one that you didn't like.
Yeah.
But did I bring you anything this morning first?
You did bring me a Three Musketeers. Yeah.
Thank you. Three Musketeers. Big, giant,
But
king-size
wait a minute.
one, too.
The common denominator in this is that you all brought each other something.
We do.
You
We
did
like to
not bring
swap
it
food.
for the whole class.
Patrice,
So
if you remember, I did bring Irish chocolate from Dublin yesterday for everyone, including you, and Tom didn't get any.
I also have
Your wife probably sent that.
I have a king-size peanut chews candy that I brought for you over there. It has an Eagles emblem on it, so I didn't think you'd want it, But, yeah, brought
all
it
I
from
hear
Philly.
is excuses now, but I really can't hear you all over the sound of my chewing.
Please enjoy the apple fritter while I
over the sound of my eating.
Yeah, whilst I do the forecast. Where are they from, by the way? Do you know? The Duncan, are they? Yeah.
The Fairy.
They're from the Fairy.
Come on now.
All right.
Fritter Fairy.
All right. Now I only have a minute to do weather. All right, well, that's fine. It's Fritter Talk. It's Tuesday. It's chilly. No doubt about that. Our sun is shining brightly this morning in Towson. By the way, I appreciate all of you at home telling me where to get the best fritters here in town because, again, I don't know, and now I do know. I've got a whole bunch of places that I have a whole list. Fenwick and Herman's and Diablo Donuts I heard is really good, too. All right, so here's our HD radar. The cold front has come through. Colder air in place. That's the next weather maker, and that's what we've been talking about. Now, snow for some folks there in the upper Midwest and down through the Central Plains, but we're not talking about snow here. We're talking about cold all the way through a large portion of the country. All of the purple there, those are freeze warnings for the Mid-South, even out toward western Maryland and Garrett and Allegheny counties. And we even have some frost advisories for you on the eastern shore for tomorrow morning. So temperatures are going to drop even farther tonight into tomorrow morning. Now, 43 next hour as you're hanging out at the Bromo Seltzer Tower. Noontime lunch outdoors, a little chilly and breezy with temps in the mid-50s, and we're only going to get to the mid to upper 50s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour this afternoon. So high temps today and tomorrow are going to be in the 50s. We're going to wake up even colder tomorrow. Thursday and Friday, however, some nice regulation occurring. Low to mid-60s Thursday and Friday. And check out those numbers Saturday and Sunday. Great fall weather. Any outdoor activities you got going on for this weekend looking good, including that Ravens game on Sunday.
Told the police commissioner that's what I would like to go ahead and do, and that as far as I'm concerned, the state's attorney, if the law's on the books, that the officers can enforce it.
Violent crime continues to be a problem plaguing the city, but it is something presumptive City State's Attorney Ivan Bates promises to crack down on. His plans to address repeat offenders.
But first, a group of puppies taking over BWI Thurgood Marshall Airport, their future mission now that doesn't involve the airport particularly.
And finally, got my fritter.
Got my peanut chews, right? Look at that. And I'm taking some fritters for this next coffee break.
It's time for a coffee break.
7:55, and yeah, take a look at this. A group of puppies take over BWI Airport.
Their group, Guiding Eyes for the Blind, provides guide dogs to people with vision loss and impairment loss at no cost to the recipient. And we were at the airport yesterday as some future guide dogs learned the airport for the first time. Our photojournalist, Chris Musel, takes us there.
Please have your IDs out and ready, just as if you were getting ready to board a plane.
Good boy. Ready?
Guiding Eyes for the Blind is a nonprofit organization based in New York. However, we have regions all over Maryland.
Cole is my 25th dog that I'm raising for Guiding Eyes. I always wanted to do something like this where I can enjoy an animal and then I can also help someone.
Good boy, Kenji. What a good boy. Nice waiting.
We get puppies around 8 weeks old and we raise and train them until they're about 16 months old. And what we focus on is basic obedience as well as socialization.
Good. Thank you. Good job.
This is a unique opportunity because all the dogs are around. He's not used to being in the airport and seeing other dogs besides like the dogs from the carriers and things like that.
Go right here. Good. Good boy. Thank you.
It's a really good opportunity not only for our dogs but also our raisers to kind of put themselves in the shoes of when you're a visually impaired person with a guide dog. So it gives them a great opportunity to experience the airport as a whole.
Good boy, Webster. Nice job. It's what they're born to do, and you can tell in a lot of them that they're meant to guide. It's so rewarding to see them provide independence to somebody who is visually impaired.
Baltimore is getting ready to welcome a new top prosecutor ahead at 8 o'clock. We discuss promises made by Ivan Bates and if they can address our city's crime crisis.
In less than a week, there have been 2 incidents involving weapons here at Glen Burnie High School. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, hear how the principal is responding.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Still to come this morning, we continue your Vote 2022 coverage beyond the podium. And squeegee kids remains a major topic of discussion among leaders. The incidents that are now rising and the controversy behind some of them. Good morning on this Tuesday, October 18th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
And I'm Shannon Lilly. I think a theme this morning has been the apple fritters.
Let's see if meteorologist Justin Chambers ever got his hands on some. I shared.
Okay. That's good, and I'm glad you enjoyed them. I'm sorry that I didn't bring them, Patrice, for you. I will find some more and I'll bring them, I promise.
I'm on vacation tomorrow. So
I know,
it's
not
okay.
tomorrow,
Oh, man.
but soon. Don't you worry. I'll bring them in for everybody. Yeah, enjoying the morning so far. Guys, it is definitely chilly out there, colder than it was yesterday at this time. Looking out over the Patapsco at this time, the sun is shining and looking good right now. But check out these numbers. Look at that. We dropped to the 30s in Owings Mills and Cockeysville. 41 your temp in Bel Air. We're at 43 in Essex and Middle River. Same number for you there in Glen Burnie and Pasadena. And some of us are 18 to 20 degrees colder than where we were yesterday morning at this time. Guess what? It's going to drop even farther tomorrow morning. Breezy and chilly for the afternoon today, and then we do warm up for this weekend. You can see those numbers over the next couple of hours, and you're out in the Bowcast, 40s and 50s here as we take you into the day today. It'll be a bit breezy later as well. We'll take a look at that as well as those numbers that will warm up toward the weekend coming up in a few. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Justin. Now to the Linstola traffic network. We're taking a look at your drive times, and it does look like there is a slowdown. Red, that means it's going to take you 17 minutes to get from the inner loop, I-695, from I-795 to I-83. So that is a bit slower than it typically would take you. You may want to leave early. And we're also seeing some yellow as well. So just leave early if you can and make sure that you give yourself plenty of time to get where you need to go.
Starting off with the crisis in the classroom, classes are set to begin soon at Glen Burnie High School, and many students are on edge following yet another weapon found in school.
Yeah, just last week, police arrested a 17-year-old student after they say he cut a classmate with a pocket knife. And now a 17-year-old student is in custody after he was found carrying a loaded handgun just off campus.
Olivia Dance joins us live this morning from Glen Burnie with the alarming trend and what is being done to stop it. Olivia.
Good morning, and yes, students are heading back to school right now, but as you mentioned yesterday, they were placed on a brief lockdown after one student here at Glen Burnie High was found with a loaded gun. The student was arrested near the school, placing the school on that short lockdown and delaying dismissal by just over 10 minutes. The principal of the school sent a letter to parents saying the teen is a senior at the high school and that it's still unclear what the teen intended to do with the weapon. This is now the second incident, though, involving a weapon at the high school in less than a week. Last Wednesday, a student was arrested inside the school after a fight broke out, and a student slashed a classmate in the stomach with a pocket knife. The victim's injuries were described as minor, but the principal is asking parents to talk with their children and says, quote, "Our school is no place for weapons of any kind." For now, reporting live in Glen Burnie, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
8:03 and now to a city in crisis. Fox 45 News' coverage of squeegee kids continues this morning.
The chief district judge who oversees the city's consent decree called the police over a heated exchange with squeegee kids.
Well, during a consent decree hearing back in August, Judge James Bradar spoke out about squeegee kids. He disagrees with the mayor's assertion that squeegeeing is protected speech.
Now, according to a police report, the judge was harassed by squeegee kids Sunday afternoon. The judge and his wife stopped at the intersection of Mount Royal Terrace and West North Avenue when they were approached by two squeegee kids. Now, according to police, the two refused to back away when Bradar said he was not interested in having his windows washed. Bradar told police the squeegee kids then went on to write racist in soap suds on his car window, gave the couple the middle finger, and spat on the car. Now, according to Sean Kennedy with the Maryland Public Policy Institute, the judge's response to the incident was problematic at best.
This judge is the one overseeing the consent decree. It's just somewhat surprising that he thinks that him being harassed is worthy of police response, while so many other crimes, so many other police enforcement activities are being hampered under his watch.
Well, the Baltimore Banner first reported this incident. The judge said there was no damage to his car and no assault, but still officers responded. Now, according to the police report, the squeegee workers were given a warning and told to cease further squeegee-related activity at the location.
These squeegee workers targeted a high-profile individual who asked for special treatment, and it was heartening to see that BPD didn't intervene here and do anything more than they would have done for any other citizen, which is zilch.
Yeah, a spokesperson for the judge confirmed the incident happened, but declined to comment.
Fox 45 News has heard of several squeegee-related incidents at that very same intersection of Mount Royal Terrace and North Avenue. Last month, a woman shared her story with Fox 45 News.
He just walked up to my car, even though I said no, and he started spraying the car and all that stuff. He was just like talking, like screaming something that I couldn't really understand. The moment I hit my gas, he hit the car with his squeegee thing. The guy just tried to physically assault my husband. He's like, "You want to fight? You want to fight?"
According to Baltimore police, there have been more than 600 squeegee-related calls for service between July 1st and early October all across the city. From September 13th through the first half of October, there were 37 squeegee-related calls for service at that intersection.
Our police officers don't sign up to die.
The recent murder of a 17-year-old on city school grounds renews the debate of whether school police officers should be armed at all times. Still to come on Project Baltimore, the concerns over violence growing and the police force shrinking.
Looking outside, Towson is nice and sunny this morning and chilly. We'll take a look at how cold those numbers get later tonight. Coming up. .09 is your time right now on your Tuesday morning. Really pretty shot here over the Patapsco. A little shaky on that shot because we are going to see that wind that stays with us today. So it will be a chilly and breezy afternoon on your out the door cast. Definitely a jacket today and sunglasses, but no umbrella is needed as we are staying rain free for the next couple of days. Out for that jog or that run here, maybe an extra layer with temperature staying in the mid to upper 40s over the next couple of hours on your jogging cast. We're back with another update on what we can expect not only tonight, but especially as we get later into the weekend, closer to that warmer weekend. Shannon.
All right. Thanks, Justin. From the Live Center this morning, you are looking at a live look at New York City right now, and it could be another banner day for stocks. Plus some good news for your 401k. The markets are improving, with the Dow rising almost 600 points, and that is the best day since July. The Nasdaq up by 350 points, or more than 3%. Now, a few things have happened that have helped. We had some better than expected earnings reports, including a report from Bank of America, and the UK did an about-face on plans to cut taxes, a move that's put new Prime Minister Liz Truss's future in question only a month into the job. Now, a quick check of market futures shows the upward trend continuing before the opening bell. The Dow up another 400 points overnight, but don't get too excited. Most economists say we're still in for a rough patch ahead. Year to date, the Dow is still down by more than 17%. The S&P is down by 23%. The Nasdaq is down by 32%. So your 401k has a long way to go before it's back to its December peak. Now, today we will be watching for the first in a series of housing reports due this week. A survey of home builders comes out at 10 this morning, and it is widely expected to show they're pessimistic about the months ahead, with the housing market expected to weaken further as interest rates approach 7%. That's the latest from the Live Center. Ivan Bates, the presumptive new city state's attorney, says he will crack down on crime when he is in office. Should he be tougher on crime, including lower level ones? That's coming up in this morning's Law and Order.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
I told the police commissioner that's what I would like to go ahead and do, and that, as far as I'm concerned, the state's attorney, if the law's on the books, that the officers can enforce it. I think that's part of the communication. But the police commissioner, they have to make the decision if they're going to do that or not.
Violent crime continues to be a problem plaguing our city, but it's something presumptive new city state's attorney Ivan Bates promises to crack down on. Bates says he'll relentlessly pursue violent offenders. He also says he'll shift from the current city state's attorney's prosecution policy, which right now includes not enforcing so-called low-level crimes like drug possession and prostitution. Well, here to weigh in on Bates' crime plan, we have former chief of police in Martinsburg, West Virginia, Mari Richards. Mari, good morning.
Good morning, Shannon.
So I want to start with the crime plan. And in your opinion, how important is it for our new city state's attorney to take a tougher on crime approach, even when it comes to low-level crimes?
Well, I think Ivan Bates is really firing on all cylinders. He lays out three major things. One, he's going to prosecute and incarcerate these repeat violent offenders who are responsible for so much crime. He's going to go aggressively after gun offenders, and he's going to enforce all laws, including quality of life crimes. So this is the exact opposite of the Marilyn Mosby policies. And he's going to have a lot of success, but he really needs support from the mayor and the police commissioner. And unfortunately, up to now, they've been part of the problem.
Yeah, that was actually going to be my next question. You know, how important is that support from the mayor and the police commissioner? Can he get the job done without their support? And how do you think he should go about getting their support?
Well, even without their support, he's going to be doing a good job in cutting down crime by going after and prosecuting the felony arrests that come his way. But unless the mayor and the commissioner change their policies on making arrests and enforcing low-level crimes, Mr. Bates is going to be very limited. And here's why it's really important to prosecute all crimes. Number one, when you tolerate lower-level crime, it leads to more crime. And also, citizens need not to live in fear, not to live in chaos. That's why you go after it. And then the third thing is that when you encounter these lower level offenders, you're going to find warrants, you're going to find guns, and that's going to help reduce crime. So all these things need to come together.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, great insight. Thank you so much, Mari Richards, for weighing in.
Thank you, Sam.
Well, now we want to get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers.
That's right. He's got a look at a cold forecast.
Yeah, good morning, ladies. Definitely colder than it was yesterday. However, tomorrow morning will be even colder still. So if you think this morning was chilly, Mother Nature's like, hold my beer, because tomorrow it's going to be even colder. Here's a look right now outside our Towson camera. Nice sunshine that is with us this morning, and temperatures in the lower 40s. Little westerly wind, about 8 to 10 miles an hour, so that puts the wind chill in the 30s. That's what it feels like. It's not much wind, but as we go into the day today, later in the afternoon, we will see that wind start to pick up. The cold front has passed well to the east of us. There's the snow in the Great Lakes region with that area of low pressure. That's all part of that colder air with our next weather maker that's dropping our temperatures here, and we'll continue to drop them, especially, as I mentioned, overnight tonight. And that really has prompted a large area of the country, more than 70 million people, under freeze warnings. These are areas that typically don't see the freeze warnings, at least this early, but all the way through parts of Kentucky and Tennessee, down through Alabama and Mississippi, the deep south here under freeze warnings here tonight into tomorrow morning. And we've got freeze warnings in Garrett and Allegheny County, even some frost advisories for you, for some of you on the eastern shore, for Kent and Queen Anne's County, as well as out toward farther sections to the east. 28-year temp in Oakland right now. We're at 40 in Cumberland, 39 in Hagerstown and Westminster, lower 40s for Bel Air and Baltimore. Eastern Shore, you're a little warmer there. Denton and Cambridge down at 48 degrees with 45 currently in Annapolis. So golfers hitting the links today, I would definitely get an extra layer on, and probably going to see at least a one club win this afternoon, mid-50s through noon and mid to upper 50s later today. And typically 68 is where we are this time of year, so we actually were above average yesterday. Today we're going to be well below average with a lot of low to mid-50s for Westminster and Eldersburg, over to Cockeysville and Reisterstown, 54 in Towson, 56-year temp in Dundalk, over through Essex and Middle River. Up and down the 95 corridor, keeping those 50s going for New York and Philly, down through Baltimore and D.C. for this afternoon. Good news is our fall colors are changing nicely. We're close to peak here in Baltimore City and County. We've already seen the peak colors in Garrett and Allegheny counties and out west, so really some awesome colors that are popping. With more of those blue skies today, those trees are going to look even nicer. Here's a look at our future scan. We are tracking some moisture coming in late tonight into early tomorrow morning. Notice those little blue blobs there trying to get close to some of the mountains of the Alleghenies, where you could see a few flakes flying on Wednesday morning. Not really for us here, though. We'll see more of those clouds around tomorrow afternoon and then drying out nicely as we head toward the end of the week, and a weekend warm-up that I think we're all going to appreciate. So after a couple of days in the 50s, we're right back to the low and mid 60s Thursday and Friday. And while that's still below average, it's not too bad. I'm telling you, Saturday and Sunday with lower 70s and overnight lows in the 40s and 50s. That's the fall weekend I like, especially when it means we're going to have great weather for that Ravens game on Sunday afternoon. Or if you're heading south, the Commanders also in town taking on the Packers down at FedEx Field. Back to you.
One popular food delivery service is now able to bring customers more than just food. Why officials say this is more beneficial to help combat the illegal marijuana market.
And we're at Ladue Gardens this morning. Over 500 of these pumpkins will be carved up for Garden Glow. We'll carve one up next. Coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
.24, it is so Baltimore. A seasonal tradition returns to Ladue Gardens.
With 3 days of illuminating fun for the entire family, Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is live with a preview of Garden Glow at Ladue. Hey, Mark.
Hey guys, so Michael Bowman is a pumpkin, I call him the Pumpkinator. He's going to be carving things up at Garden Glow. Over 500 pumpkins will be meeting their meeting their maker. No, actually, but so Michael, you're also you're a carver, but also a lighting expert too. And so tell us about what we'll see at the Garden Glow.
It will be out in the garden. We'll have some light installations and some live performances, and we'll have around 500 jack-o'-lanterns that have been carved by volunteers out around the grounds, especially when you come in, a whole display. And today we're working on doing one for the morning. It's going to be a nice coffee mug with a ghost coming out, because that's where I am in the day, is still thinking about more coffee. But hopefully we don't make too much of a mess here on this table. But that's sort of the fun, right, is to get a nice start to your day, get all the aggression out before the day starts. So we're going to work on this pumpkin and make a little coffee mug with a ghost. I like to work with the guts out from the bottom, so you can set it down on the light without burning your fingertips. But yeah, this one will take probably 15-20 minutes to get where I'm going. I don't know if we have enough time to show off the whole thing, but we're going to try to get a ghost in here next.
That's awesome. I mean, and again, you make it look so easy. We've all tried to do this at home. No, to no avail. But again, Garden Glow, we're going to see beautiful pumpkins, again, with some light installations. It's going down. You can actually go to Facebook. It's sold out, but you can go to Facebook because they'll be giving away tickets on Facebook if you go to the site. And guys, it's going to be an amazing event. And, you know, Michael is, again, the Pumpkinator, ladies and gentlemen. No autographs. He's busy right now.
So, listen, we're watching, and we're with him. The coffee cup for sure. So we can't wait to see the final product there with the ghost. We see it coming together.
And like you said, he makes it look so easy. This is not an easy thing to do.
No. All right, well, we'll check back in with him in just a little bit. But like he said, it's sold out, but they're giving away tickets on Facebook, so you still have a chance to go. All that information is on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Well, a colder day ahead with temps only reaching the mid to upper 50s.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers lets us know when we're finally going to feel a warm-up.
The candidates for Comptroller of Maryland are participating in a forum that's starting shortly. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, all the details, plus find out who's endorsing each candidate. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Project Baltimore is sponsored by the Snyder Law Group. Call 410 the Firm. Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
So if you don't have the tools to stop them, why chase them? There's no expectation to chase an armed person and you're not armed.
Well, the debate continues if school police officers should be able to carry guns at all times. Why the recent death of a 17-year-old football player outside a city high school is sparking this discussion.
Thank you for waking up with us on this Tuesday, October 18th. I'm Tom Rogers.
And I'm Shannon Lilly. You know, it really is feeling more and more like fall.
Oh, yeah.
Almost winter now.
Driving around, you see the leaves coming down on you, covering up some of the secondary roads there, too, completely. It is fall.
Yep, chilly mornings. So we want to get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. Justin, is it going to be another cold day today?
Yeah, well, next couple of days we have to deal with this kind of mini cold snap, guys, and deal with these temperatures that are well below average. But yeah, Tom was right. The wind blowing around a lot of those leaves out there. So if they're already falling in your yard, the wind's going to help blow them in your neighbor's yard over the next couple of days. So beautiful shot right now with the sun that is shining out over the Inner Harbor at this moment, and temps that are still in the 30s for some of you up into Westminster and Cockeysville. Only 36 there in Hunt Valley, 41 your number in Bel Air, 42 in Baltimore City, and 45 in Annapolis. So yeah, if you do want to get some of that yard work and gardening done, get those mums planted, all that Halloween decoration and decorating taking place, highs only in the mid to upper 50s later today. In fact, our high of 57 will be more than 10 degrees below average for this time of year, and it will be a bit breezy as well. We'll keep the 50s going tomorrow and then lower 60s on Thursday, eventually starting to warm up nicely as we approach the weekend. A closer look at that coming up in just a few. How are we looking on the roads, Tom?
Not too bad, except for one incident. I want to bring that to you right now, highlight this to you. Looking at the camera right here, we have an incident right at O'Donnell Street. You can see the traffic camera, see the flashing lights. It looks like at least 3 vehicles, police officers right there, and they're helping. It just says incident collision. So we're not sure exactly how many vehicles are involved, but it is causing some slowdown. You can see that on the map right here. Just see the reds and the maroons here caused because of that. And again, that is on southbound 95 right near O'Donnell Street is where it just says incident collision. We'll try and find some more information for you. Fox 45 News is taking you beyond the podium, though. We're just weeks away from the November general election. That's 3 weeks from today. And one of the big races to watch, the race for Maryland State Comptroller.
Current Harford County Executive Barry Glassman is the Republican nominee, and State Delegate Brooke Learman is his Democratic challenger. Olivia Dance joins us live now as both candidates prepare to tackle the biggest issues facing Marylanders. Olivia.
Yeah, the Maryland State Bar Association is hosting a forum with both candidates this morning, and the event is starting momentarily and runs until 10. But this forum comes as both candidates have gathered some major endorsements. Republican Barry Glassman has been endorsed by Governor Larry Hogan, despite Hogan saying he will not support Dan Cox for governor. The Washington Post also offered its endorsement to Glassman, while the Baltimore Sun, the Baltimore County Executive, and Congressman John Sarbanes have all endorsed Democrat Brooke Learman. But you can also visit our website at foxbaltimore.com to watch the full event. For now, reporting live in Glen Burnie, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Next week, Fox 45 Morning News will be speaking live with Barry Glassman Tuesday and then Brooke Learman Thursday, October 27th, as they make their final push for Election Day.
A Baltimore teen is scheduled to appear in court this week, charged with killing a 17-year-old football player outside a city high school.
Yeah, and Project Baltimore's Chris Papps joining us live this morning with the debate in this case, and it should bring officers with their guns basically allowed back into certain districts here. Chris, I know that you had a great story earlier. We ran your package earlier, and we showed our viewers exactly what you were talking about and the struggles there, that 19 minutes really made the difference.
Yeah, so Baltimore City Public Schools has the only school police force in Maryland that by law cannot carry guns. These are police officers that cannot carry guns inside a school during a school day. And how this relates to the tragedy at Mervo on September 2nd, where a student was shot and killed, is that when that student was shot, Jeremiah Brogdon, it was 19 minutes after dismissal. And what Clyde Boatwright, the FOP president, told us, he's also a city school police officer, is that the school police officers that were there at the time were armed because the shooting happened after dismissal. Had the shooting happened 19 minutes earlier, those police officers likely would not have been armed because by law they can't be. And then they would not have given chase. And why that's important is that you had this student, this suspect, who shot Jeremiah Brogdon and killed him and then ran away. Well, the police officers chased him and apprehended him very quickly, and it's because they were armed. Had they not been armed, Boatwright says they likely wouldn't have chased him, because if you're not armed, why would you chase somebody who has a gun who you just saw kill somebody. So it's reignited this entire debate of should school police officers be able to carry guns inside of a school in Baltimore City.
Wow. And that's concerning.
Yeah.
Here.
Chris, you also, though, were at that meeting. It was something a little interesting, that exchange between CEO Dr. Sonia Santelises and yourself, inviting you to coffee to get her opinion on what she feels, whether her students should be safe with armed officers or if unarmed officers are keeping her students safer. She didn't give you an answer. Are you going to have coffee with her?
Well, well, perhaps we can reach out and we can ask her if she was serious about that. But this is an issue that has to be decided by the Maryland legislature on whether school police in Baltimore City can carry guns. So she has never taken a position on this. This is the school leader, right? The CEO of Baltimore City Schools. So at that press conference, Tom, as you saw, we asked her, do you think the police officers should be able to carry guns inside of schools? She didn't answer the question. Right. So we followed up and we said, you know, you're the leader of the school system. What you say carries weight. Do you have an opinion? And then she's like, well, if you want to talk about my opinion, Chris, we can go out and have coffee. But her stance is whatever the legislature does, the school system is going to follow through with. And it's just kind of curious to me is why she won't take a position on this. Dr. Santelises has certainly taken positions on other issues from the legislature. For example, she supported Kerwin. So she spoke up about the Kerwin Commission and supported that before it was passed. Why won't she talk about other legislative issues? But she just simply will not answer the question. And I think for a lot of people that's frustrating, because especially for the FOP, because they would like to know what their boss thinks about them carrying firearms, but she won't answer the question.
Again, certainly concerning, and we know you'll continue to look into it. Thank you so much, Chris Pabst.
Thank you.
Early voting numbers are beginning to roll in as we are just 3 weeks away from Election Day. Just ahead, the shocking number we're seeing this morning that's different from other elections.
And a sunny, breezy, and colder day ahead. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers is on the lookout for those warmer fall days. Warm apple pie, too. Warm apple fritters. Not bringing that up again, are we? 8:37 is the time.
Welcome back. Enjoying seeing the sun here this morning, even though it's coming with chilly temperatures and still breezy conditions expected as we head toward the afternoon. Looking at your jogging cast, out for a run or a jog in the next few hours, getting some of that fresh air and exercise, mid to upper 40s. So definitely want to do some long sleeves out there with those leggings. Shannon?
Thanks, Justin. We're taking a live look over the White House this morning as we are just 3 weeks away from Election Day, and we are getting a firsthand look at some early voting numbers nationwide. The president is getting on the campaign trail, and he is expected to travel to Fort Lauderdale in early November to stump for former Governor Charlie Crist, who's looking to unseat current Governor Ron DeSantis. Now, former President Trump is also stumping for Republican candidates who will be on the ballot. In fact, just yesterday, he held a fundraiser for Maryland gubernatorial candidate Dan Cox. Early voting begins on October 27th here in Maryland, but it's already underway in more than a dozen states. And this morning, we are getting early numbers on voter turnout. According to data analyzed by the University of Florida's U.S. Elections Project, more than 2 million people have already voted in the 2022 general election. These votes taken through early and mail-in voting. Experts say that's much higher than typical midterm turnouts. Again, early voting in Maryland begins on Thursday, October 27th, and it runs through Thursday, November 3rd. And that's the latest from the Live Center. The number of Alzheimer's cases is on the rise, and it can impact any person and family. Just ahead this morning, the warning signs you need to keep an eye on and where you can go to find support.
Oh, that was some pretty good music there, too. Making money look fun. Estate planning, an important aspect of financial planning because it prepares and protects the family before the sudden death of a loved one. Well, this week is National Estate Planning Awareness, a time to discuss the need for a will. Brian Horn, partner and certified financial planner professional at Heritage Financial Consultants, joins us now to explain. Good morning, Brian.
Good morning, Tom. How you doing?
Good. It's one of those things, it seems like each year, hey, this is a good discussion to have before you get to the Thanksgiving dinner. You really don't want to address this at Thanksgiving, and pass the potatoes. When you die, what's going to happen? So it's it's one of those conversations you really need to have, and both sides need to have that. The older adults in the family and the younger ones, and they all should be part of it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so many people just ignore this topic, and I think there's been studies shown that people spend more time planning vacations than planning for their personal finances. And certainly if they do plan for finances, they're focused on retirement and investments, and they kind of ignore the estate planning part of it.
So Brian, how do we, I guess, tell people that are saying, I'm not going to die for another 20, 30 years. It's good. Don't worry about that. What do you say to them to say, just get something now?
Yeah, we talk about getting a basic package, right, which is both spouses having a will, having a power of attorney document that can make financial decisions if someone's incapacitated, and then also advanced health care directives that can make decisions on medical decisions. So that's kind of a basic package, and we use that as part of our overall comprehensive planning to say, let's look at the whole big picture and kind of get everything in place for you.
A lot of people may say, I don't have enough, finances prepared to actually have a will. I don't have enough there. I owe money, so I'm not going to bother spending money on a will.
Yeah, and sometimes that's a valid point. A lot of people don't understand how assets pass, right? So assets pass via three different ways. One is by operation of ownership. So if you and I owned an asset together and I passed, then it would go directly to you. The will is not valid at that point. Right. And by operation of contract, right? If you own a 401k or a life insurance policy, you picked a named beneficiary, and again, that supersedes the will. So only thing that goes into the will are assets that are owned only in your own name alone, do not have a joint owner, and do not have a beneficiary designation.
All right, when is the perfect time then? Do you recommend adults, at that age, when should they start talking about a will?
I think it's very important when you have kids or young kids, right? Because you need to figure out how those assets are going to go to the kids, who's going to be the guardian, and appoint that a guardian. Then, like you said, have that conversation with that guardian. What's important to you? What are your family values? Where do you want the kid to go to school if something happens? So there's a conversation that has to happen. But, if you die without a will, then it goes to the courts, and the courts appoint an administrator of the estate, and they appoint a guardian, and it's a public process. It's a lengthy process. It could be a very expensive process. So there's a lot involved if you die without a will.
Yeah, and then a lot of other people get a lot of the money that was intended for your loved ones, and they don't get to see that because it's split so many different ways. Brian, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Brian Horn with Heritage Financial. Really appreciate your expertise.
Thank you.
Sure.
Well, now we want to get a check of your forecast.
Yeah, it's a little chilly out there. I just stepped outside, starting to warm up as we're seeing the sun come up here, Justin. And earlier, you showed a camera. Was that from the Inner Harbor camera where they had that glow? It looked like the Oregon Ducks kind of symbol on the screen there, right?
Yeah, it kind of did look like that, Tom. Shannon, good morning to both of you. We talked about adding an extra layer out for a run or a jog, and it's interesting because today is International Leggings Day. So if you like to wear those out and about, whether you're going for a run or whether you're going shopping, maybe you're going to the theater and you want to wear the leggings, whatever floats your boat, just as long as you stay nice and warm because temperatures are chilly. Here's a look at our HD radar with that cold front that has moved to the east of us, and now that colder air settling in, still tracking the snow showers in parts of the upper Midwest, and some of those snow showers could roll into the western parts of the Alleghenies by late tonight, early tomorrow morning. So there may be a few flakes flying early tomorrow in some of our mountains west of Baltimore out toward western Maryland. But you can see the cold that is here through a large portion of the country. These are all areas in the purple under freeze warnings. That extends to the deep south as well. So the growing season starting to end for them a little bit early because of this cold snap that we're experiencing. That includes us here at home, Garrett and Allegheny counties with those freeze warnings. Notice where the colder temperatures are today. These are high temps. Minneapolis, Chicago, Detroit in the 40s, 50 in St. Louis, only 53 in Nashville. We're going to be in the 50s here as well. Meanwhile, you head out west, and that's where the heat of the country is today. Almost 70 in Denver and upper 80s in LA and Phoenix for this afternoon. 68 is our average high for October 18th. We're going to be in the low to mid and upper 50s for Westminster and Bel Air over to Cockeysville, Eastern Shore in those mid to upper 50s down through Stevensville and Easton. Temperatures, though, are going to slowly improve. So Similar numbers tomorrow, but Thursday and Friday, we're back to the 60s. And then look at that stretch of 70s above average temperatures starting Saturday and continuing through the early part of next week. Now, in terms of some of those flakes flying, here's a look at that future scan late tonight, early tomorrow morning. Look at a couple of those little blue blobs that want to kind of roll through here. That's going to be, again, west of Baltimore for tomorrow morning. By the time we get toward the afternoon, you'll see a little bit of cloud cover around, but still with the breezy to windy conditions. A lot more sunshine on the way Thursday and Friday, especially as we start to warm up closer to the weekend. Just 13 days out from Halloween, we're now 37 days away from Thanksgiving, and Hanukkah just under 9 weeks away, with Christmas a few days later, 68 days from right now. And remember, we want to see your Halloween pet pics. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. We know a lot of us love dressing up our pets, so whatever kind of pictures you got, send them to me. We will put them on TV. We're staying dry through the 7-day forecast, including this weekend, with highs in the lower 70s. Great weather for the Ravens game Sunday afternoon here at home. Time to take a look at a view through your window. This is a shot from Tiffany. It's a great picture of those skeletons that seem like they're taller than the house. I've seen a lot of these over the last couple of years, but that is a really cool shot, Tiffany. So thank you for sending that in. We'd love to see the view through your window. Go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or take a picture of the QR code on your screen. Back to you.
An amazing shot. Thanks. Thanks, Justin. Well, now to the Linstola traffic network. We do have a slowdown that we are monitoring this morning. It is on 95 South. Now, there is a crash just past O'Donnell Street, and it's closing the left lane and the shoulder. You can see all that yellow and red on the map. That means that cars are just inching along. So give yourself some extra time when you head out this morning.
Well, happening today, the Whitmore House is hosting an event for anyone impacted by Alzheimer's to discuss their experience and feel heard. Alzheimer's cases have been growing recently. The CDC expects that number to double by 2060.
Wow, and this is interesting. Did you know that this disease also disproportionately impacts women? Women are 2 times more likely than men to develop Alzheimer's and be caregivers for those who have it.
The Women's Forum is going to bring together caregivers, professionals, dementia care experts, and they're going to talk about all these different factors. They're going to talk about, more importantly, not just what the statistics are, but what women can do.
Well, today's event is free. Doors at the Whitmore House open in just a few minutes. They open at 9 o'clock this morning. You can find more details online at alzfdn.org/events. Now to a bright spot for your morning, National Chocolate Cupcake Day. I'm sorry, I was thrown off by the massive cupcakes behind us.
It just looks so good.
Yes.
I'm almost speechless. Well, it's said that the dessert dates back to the late 1700s when a recipe called for a cake to be baked in small cups. Look at that.
Yeah, no matter your toppings or filling of choice, where you make it or buy it, make sure to treat yourself this National Cupcake Day.
You know it's on your mind.
Yeah, if you share it on social media, use the hashtag Chocolate Cupcake Day. All right, still to come. Sometime this morning, you have the chance to win free Seinfeld gear. Stay tuned because you can win a T-shirt, a beanie, a mug, live tickets, and a whole lot more.
We're at Ladue Gardens this morning. This is the Bowl. They call it the Bowl, but this weekend, I guess actually starting Thursday, is Garden Glow. We'll talk all about that coming up.
And while you're at the garden, what better way to warm up than with a hot cup of joe?
A cup or a bowl, no matter if you put pumpkin spice or just classic black. It's time for a coffee break. 8:56, and in your morning business report, just in time for Christmas, Toys R Us is opening 451, mini stores inside Macy's department stores. Two companies announcing a partnership last year, and now new stores are being added to current ones. New locations already popping up, including New York City's Herald Square. The revival comes after the toy store went bankrupt in 2017. You remember that, forcing the closure of all of its locations. Walmart is marking a first. The company now selling over-the-counter hearing aids. The devices can be purchased without a medical exam by a doctor or even use of a prescription. Hearing aids will be available to U.S. shoppers who are at least 18 years old with perceived audio issues. They will cost anywhere between $200 to $1,000 per pair. Walmart-owned Sam's Club is raising its membership fees for the first time in almost a decade. Annual fees have gone up $5 from $45 to now $50, and plus level fees have gone up $10 to $110. Sam's Club says it will give back the prices increasing in its memberships by way of Sam's Cash that can be used inside their stores. Uber Eats is getting more than food to its Toronto-based users. The company now delivering pot in Toronto. Now, Uber says it will make sure users who order marijuana through its app are of legal age. An Uber official says the new program will help combat the illegal marijuana market in Toronto. Kanye West branching out beyond music and fashion. Rapper says he plans to take over Parler, the social media site that's popular among many conservatives. Parler's parent company made an announcement saying that West has made, quote, a groundbreaking move into the free speech media space. West, who has legally changed his first name to Ye or Ye or Y-E, was temporarily blocked from Twitter recently for a tweet that he made that was deemed anti-Semitic. 8:58, Genevieve Gorder has a game-changing accessory for your devices that will save you time and hassles when it's time to charge. Even better, it comes at a great price. Here's today's America's Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
Hey everybody, today I've got something to fix a pet peeve we all struggle with. An uncharged phone, or maybe it's your laptop or your tablet. It all feels annoying and can be unsafe, and it bugs all of us. This is the Magnetic Static 360 charging cable. Now, it is a hyper fast charger and the only cable you're ever going to need. And here's why it's special. Static chargers can charge your phone up to 8 times faster. They're magnetic and they rotate 360 degrees. So if it's yanked accidentally by your kid, your dog, or you, no worries. There's no damage. Your phone's not going to fall on the floor. You get 3 universal connectors. Insert the one you need and snap it on the cord, which is great. Plus, Static makes these amazing snap and charge portable chargers with the same magnetic tips for charging on the go. There's so many different chargers. This one is extra. I travel a lot. I bring in a laptop, a speaker, headphones, my phone. It's a lot of different types of chargers. And with the Magnetic Static 360, I only need 1 cord because none of us like cords. Let's just be honest about it. Today, we are offering up to 50% off packs of 2 or 3 cables with different lengths, as well as the snap and charge charger. Take advantage of this deal before we run out. Go to asadeals.com.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Good morning. Oh, did I?
Are you there?
Am I? You know what?
Maybe we're not. No, okay. All right, well, we'll get Patrice's microphone here. In the meantime, though, we want to go over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. This is the first time Justin and Patrice is speechless, right?
What? What did you say? I'm sorry. Somebody just yelled at my ear. What did you say, Tom?
I said it's the first time Patrice is speechless.
I know. You know why? Full of fritters.
Yes, that's right.
Yes,
she got her apple
right.
fritters, so she's happy.
Taking a look outside right now, guys. We are seeing numbers that are not too bad. Right side of your screen, a lot of us are still in the 40s, even some 30s this hour, even though it's already 9 a.m. and the sun is shining brightly there. We are seeing that 24-hour temperature change. Some of us about 18 to 20 degrees colder than where we were at this time yesterday. So a colder morning, breezy and chilly for you for the afternoon, and then we do warm up for the weekend. So don't you worry about that because those numbers coming right back up. 40s and 50s for the next few hours as you are out and about. Let's take a look how things are going on the road. Tom, any improvement out there on the commute?
Yeah, actually, Much improvement here at 9:01. Taking a look at your Linstola traffic network here. It's still that one issue. There was flashing lights, though. This was right at O'Donnell Street. That bottom right camera showed multiple police officers out there flashing lights because of an incident. Not sure. They weren't giving us any information about how many vehicles were involved, but you can see traffic is moving along fine. No police or first responders out there, so great news there. Momentum is building for Republicans on their quest to take back control of Congress.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins joins us live from Capitol Hill. Kayla, what is behind this surge of optimism right now?
So, Patrice, a series of recent polls spelling out good news for congressional Republicans. Taking back control of the House has long been in Republicans' favor. Now the size of that majority looking larger. Control of the Senate, on the other hand, has been a much tighter race, but Republicans gaining favorability there as well. The Achilles heel right now for Democrats is inflation. New data released last week showing inflation is not slowing down. These reports holding Democrats back as Americans feel persistently pinched financially. President Biden's poor approval ratings not helping Democrats much either. A New York Times Siena poll reports 58% disapprove of how the president's doing his job. Polling shows voters place more trust in Republicans right now than Democrats when it comes to taming inflation. And right now, Republicans really do have the wind at their backs heading into Election Day.
Well, Kayla, concerns over the rail strike rising again after a union rejects the labor deal brokered by President Biden. Why is this union holding out, though, when others have signed on to this agreement?
So, Tom, the union currently holding out, saying in a statement, railroad workers don't feel valued still. So representatives are still trying to get more from this deal for the workers. This holdout union represents nearly 12,000 railroad workers. They voted down the tentative contract agreement with rail companies yesterday. Last month, the White House had stepped in to help with negotiations between rail companies and all 12 of the railroad worker unions. This rejection by one of the unions is concerning because it brings back the possibility of a rail strike, which would be absolutely devastating for our economy, especially if it happens around peak holiday season. Railroad workers initially threatened to strike as they fought for higher wages and better working conditions. Representatives of the rail companies say service disruptions are not an issue at the moment, and the White House says they remain focused and dedicated to avoiding a rail shutdown. So keeping a close eye on these negotiations for the next few days. Tom, Patrice.
All right, Kayla, thank you. So what is the number one issue that voters are thinking about right now? Today's number of the day breaks it down. 41% of voters said that given a list of 10 issues to choose from in a recent Scott Rasmussen national survey, inflation was their top concern. The only other issues to break out of single digits were threats to democracy and crime and gun violence, which each got 10% of the voters' top worry prize. The same survey found that 73% said inflation will be very important to how they cast their votes come the November midterms. Turning now to the crisis in the classroom, and classes are set to begin soon at Glen Burnie High School, and many students are on edge following yet another weapon found in school.
Just last week, police arresting a 17-year-old student after they say he cut a classmate with a pocket knife.
And now a 17-year-old student is in custody after he was found carrying a loaded handgun just off campus. Olivia Dance joins us live this morning from Glen Burnie with the alarming trend taking place and what's being done to stop it. Olivia.
Good morning. And yes, students are back in school right now, but as you mentioned yesterday, they were placed on a brief lockdown after one student here at Glen Burnie High was found with a loaded gun. The student was arrested near the school, placing the school on that short lockdown and delaying dismissal by just over 10 minutes. The principal of the school sent a letter to parents saying the teen is a senior at the high school and that it's still unclear what the teen intended to do with the weapon. But this is now the second incident involving a weapon at the high school in less than a week. Last Wednesday, a student was arrested inside the school after a fight broke out and a student slashed a classmate in the stomach with a pocket knife. Now, the victim's injuries were described as minor, but the principal is asking parents to talk with their children and says, quote, "Our school is no place for weapons of any kind." For now, reporting live in Glen Burnie, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Olivia. It could be another banner day for stocks, and there's some good news for your 401k.
Shannon Lilly joins us from our live center this morning with your money news. Shannon.
Yeah, and it's certainly good news, as you guys said, Patrice and Tom. We're taking a live look now from New York City this morning. The markets are improving, with the Dow rising almost 600 points, and that is the best day since July. The Nasdaq up by 350 points, or more than 3%. Now, a few things have helped in this. We had some better than expected earnings reports, including a report from Bank of America. And the UK did an about-face on plans to cut taxes, a move that's put new Prime Minister Liz Truss's future in question only a month into the job. Now, a quick check of market futures shows the upward trend continuing before the opening bell. The Dow up another 400 points overnight, but don't get too excited. Most economists say we're still in for a rough patch ahead. Year to date, the Dow is still down by more than 17%. The S&P is down by 23%. The Nasdaq is down by 32%. So your 401k has a long way to go before it's back to its December peak. Today, we will be watching for the first in a series of housing reports that are due this week. A survey of home builders comes out at 10 this morning, and it is widely expected to show they are pessimistic about the months ahead, with the housing market expected to weaken further as interest rates approach 7%. That's the latest from the Live Center. Tom and Patrice, back to you.
Thank you, Shannon. Make sure you download the Fox 45 News app for your up-to-minute traffic conditions, school closings, breaking news, and weather anytime. Just search WBFF in your app store.
It's so Baltimore. Enjoy 3 days of illuminated fun at Ladue Gardens.
You can be dazzled or bedazzled by sculptures, music, and exciting family fun. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark has been in Moncton all morning long previewing the garden glow at Ladue, cutting into pumpkins. What else have you been doing? Any music out there yet?
That's right. Michael Harris is here, ladies and gentlemen. He'll be holding it down at Garden Glow. Michael, it's going down.
Yes, it is. Yeah, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. 3 different bands I got scheduled. Hot Club of Baltimore, New Orleans style band on Saturday, Hot Club of Baltimore with violinist Aaron Malone on Friday, and Thursday is my original band, Ultrafaux Ensemble, with Dallas Vietti on accordion and Gabriel Wallace on clarinet.
Michael, I mean, you got a beautiful, beautiful surroundings. You got beautiful pumpkins and now beautiful music. It doesn't get any better than this, man.
Yeah, and apparently all kinds of like artists and people walking around and entertaining folks, and vendors, lots of probably local beer and wine and things like that.
Can we have a sample of what you do?
Sure. This is one with Django Reinhardt style.
Okay. Michael Joseph Harris, ladies and gentlemen, it's going down Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Facebook. It's sold out, but you can go to Facebook to get a chance to get tickets. I think they're going to do 20 a day, 20 tickets a day. So it's going down, guys.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. Beautiful weather, too.
Beautiful.
You couldn't ask for better.
Thank you, Mark. If you'd like some more information about how you can take part in that, list some music, walk around the garden there in Moncton, just go to our website,
really good, man. It's awesome.
foxbaltimore.com/newsletters.
You are, too.
They're hanging out, having a good time.
9:12 and trending now. Online safety is at the top of mind as holiday shopping kicks off. Last year, Americans lost nearly $7 billion to cybercrime, with a large portion of those scams happening right during the holiday season. October is Cybersecurity Awareness Month, a great time to protect your accounts and improve online security. Google cybersecurity expert Kimberly Samra is joining us to talk more about how we can stay safe. Good morning.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Well, we appreciate you joining us because I don't know about others, but I've started shopping. I'm smack dab in the middle of it. So what are the things that we need to be thinking about? Because a lot of that shopping happens online.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, especially as you were saying, with the holidays coming up, even now with Halloween, right? Online shopping for that Halloween costume. Those kind of items are, wide open spaces for bad actors to take advantage. More of us are leaning more heavily on online services, especially post-pandemic. So at this time, you want to be more cognizant of scams that are usually categorized under phishing scams. So that's when somebody tries to disguise themselves as a trusted source, a family member, a friend, a colleague, emailing, texting, or giving you a call and trying to get you to do something, whether that's send money, click on a malicious link. So making sure that you're seeing those red flags is important.
And so from that, to me, the biggest red flag is if it's coming at you, if it's unsolicited, you should probably think twice before you, click on it.
Yeah, absolutely. Consider the source, right? Why are they reaching out to you? Do you know the person first and foremost? And usually if they're asking, again, something, more urgently, whether that's clicking on a link, sending you money, you want to consider, why is this person reaching out to me? And then also, if they're asking you to click on a link, consider hovering over it, seeing if the actual URL matches the link address. That usually is a big indicator. Or to avoid everything altogether, avoid just clicking on those links and type the URL directly into their search bar. So if you're getting something from your bank, if you're not sure if it's malicious or not, just type in your bank and log into your account on your own so that you're not clicking on those links on accident.
How do we monitor and protect what our kids are clicking on? Because they're on their iPads, and even if you've put them into a restricted, maybe kids YouTube versus YouTube, they can still get into things.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially now as more kids are using, tablets, laptops at work or at school, it's more important than ever that they're staying more cognizant of online safety. We actually just launched online safety lessons with Khan Academy that teaches everybody, not just kids, grandparents, parents, students, teachers, how to stay safe online, teaching them about online scams, how to shop safely online, good password hygiene. We also have our Family Link app, and that is sets up ground rules for kids on how to, with their online activities. So setting screen time, making sure that they're only, to your point, with as they're viewing content, making sure that's appropriate content. And actually today we just announced that you can now set alerts to find out when your kids leave and arrive at a location. That's a good combination of online safety and physical safety.
Okay, we're out of time, but I want to ask one more question, 10 seconds. How often should we change our passwords?
So the good thing is, if you have a password manager, not that often.
Okay,
Use a password manager, and they'll, take care of all that for you. If that's the only thing you take away today, I would love that.
Kimberly, thank you so much. All right, let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers and take a look at your forecast. See, you don't have to change your password every other day. That's good news.
I don't
We're
like.
We're too old to remember that.
You're exactly right, Patrice. Because and there's so many, and you can't do I don't like when you have to do the specific parameters of the passwords where it has to have a character, but it can't have this character, and it has to be a lowercase, but it can't have an uppercase, and they can't be together. Let me make it Jess or something, and then it'll be easier. That's easy for me to remember. My wife's name, I can remember that. I know her birthday. I know our anniversary, I think. Our live cam right now. Good morning to you. There's a bright, sunny sky right there. Really nice shot from the bright, sunshiny day. Jimmy Cliff, right? That's what we're looking at for today. That's because we're seeing a lot of that sunshine. Now, the colder air, it's definitely here. You can see that area of low pressure bringing the snowfall to parts of the Great Lakes region. We've been showing you some of those videos throughout the morning of snow in certain parts of the country. In fact, parts of the Upper Peninsula of Michigan got a foot of snow. No thank you, at least not yet. Here's a look at our next weather maker, and that cold air is here at least for the next couple of days. We've got freeze warnings for a large portion of a part of the the country that usually is not this cold this early. Deep south all the way through Wednesday morning into Mississippi and Alabama, dealing with those freeze warnings. We have them here as well in Garrett and Allegheny County. We also have some frost advisories for you if you live in the Eastern Shore. Queen Anne's and Kent County, watch for that tomorrow morning. Now, no advisories here for us, at least locally yet, but that could change. We are going to see numbers tomorrow morning that will be cold. Now, these are the numbers here for the afternoon. Most of us in the mid to upper 50s. Watch what happens as we fast forward the tape here and take you into early tomorrow morning. Some widespread 30s will be with us for Westminster and Bel Air to Cockeysville, out through Chestertown and Stevensville. 33 in Columbia. That's near freezing tomorrow morning. So if you thought this morning was cold, again, just wait for tomorrow morning where those numbers will be even colder. Hanging out at Fells this next hour, we're in the upper 40s, and overall we've got a lot of sunshine on the way today. And again, not too bad this afternoon. It'll be a bit breezy, so there'll definitely be that kind of chill or that bite in the air with temperatures in the mid to upper 50s through 2 p.m. And we'll see those numbers in the mid 50s for Taco Tuesday right about 5 o'clock this afternoon. Topping out only at 57. That's going to be almost more than 10 degrees below average for this time of year. Sun will be up until 6:24 tonight. I love the fact that we're getting some of these colors changing. Those fall colors really looking pretty here, but you can really see that dark red right there for Western Maryland already in the peak of the fall changeover. And then by next week or two, we'll see that real nice changeover here throughout Baltimore City and County and our areas here in central Maryland. Future scan is looking mainly dry. Now, again, late tonight into tomorrow morning, could see a few flakes flying in parts of the Allegheny, some upslope flow for some of the mountain locations. But again, that's going to be far western Maryland, more West Virginia and areas toward Pittsburgh, where they'll be waking up with some snow tomorrow morning. Here's that 7-day forecast for you. Upper 50s today and tomorrow, low to mid 60s for Thursday and Friday. So again, it's a nice warm up, especially as we head toward the weekend. That's the payoff, y'all. We're talking about lower 70s both Saturday and Sunday and plenty of sunshine. Tom?
Still going back to that upslope flow.
Yeah, you like that?
Nice, yeah.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool. We can print out some T-shirts on that one. All right, now we want to go to your Linstola traffic network and some good news. We are in the yellow in our drive times, but actually it's not that bad because they're only like a minute or two above where they typically are when they're in the green. So everyone's moving along just fine. Just add about 2 minutes to your commute.
Local Baltimore puppies took over BWI in a training exercise to learn the airport for the first time. Just ahead, what they had to do to guide people. Ooh, look at that.
We're looking at some of your pictures from Halloween costumes, decorations, and a whole lot more, even your fall foliage. Just ahead, now you'll have a chance to chime in your pictures and videos. 9:20 is the time.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Oh, take a look at this group of puppies taking over BWI Thurgood Marshall Airport.
The group Guiding Eyes for the Blind provides guide dogs to people with vision loss and impairment at no cost to the recipient. And we were at the airport yesterday as some future guide dogs learned the airport for the first time. Our photojournalist Chris Musel takes us there.
Please have your IDs out and ready, just as if you were getting ready to board a plane.
Good boy. Ready?
Guiding Eyes for the Blind is a nonprofit organization based in New York. However, we have regions all over Maryland.
Cole is my 25th dog that I'm raising for Guiding Eyes. I always wanted to do something like this where I can enjoy an animal and then I can also help someone.
Good boy, Kenji. What a good boy. Nice waiting.
We get puppies around 8 weeks old and we raise and train them until they're about 16 months old. And what we focus on is basic obedience as well as socialization.
Good. Thank you. Good job.
This is a unique opportunity because all of the dogs are around. He's not used to being in the airport and seeing other dogs besides like the dogs from the carriers and things like that.
Go right here.
Good. Good boy. Thank you.
It's a really good opportunity not only for our dogs but also our raisers to kind of put themselves in the shoes of when you're a visually impaired person with a guide dog. So it gives them a great opportunity to experience the airport as a whole.
Good boy, Webster. Nice job. It's what they're born to do, and you can tell in a lot of them that they're meant to guide. It's so rewarding to see them provide independence to somebody who is visually impaired.
9:25 now. Halloween is approaching quickly, and some of you are sharing your pictures of your Halloween costumes and decorations. Diana sent us these two photos of Bruno and Maisie all decked out in this year's costumes. Thank you for that. They're looking cute.
Well, Tiffany sent us this picture. Her house completely covered by spooky decorations. The skeletons actually even look taller than her house right there. Look at those giant skeletons. Thank you, Tiffany, for sending this in. We want to see your decorations, your costumes, your kids, your puppies, whatever you got. You can also share your stunning pictures of any fall foliage. Just send those photos or videos, and then you might see them on air and online. And just head over to foxbaltimore.com/chime in.
Well, she was designed to horrify.
Doll's name is Chloe, not the little girl there or the one behind her on the bed, but the one right there that we're zooming in on. 3-year-old Briar Beard was immediately attracted to Chloe when she saw her at a Halloween store. Her mother relented eventually and then bought her the demon doll with its cracked face, red lit up eyes, demonic laugh.
Oh,
she even nicknamed her Creepy Chloe.
And she took Creepy Chloe on a trip to Disney World because, you know, when you have your favorite doll, the doll goes everywhere. The staff there was smitten or possessed. We don't know which yet. Pictures of the creepiest doll on earth in the happiest place on earth with her loving owner went viral on social media. They gave her all kinds of perks, including a backstage tour of the haunted house.
So you learned something right there. Bring something creepy to Disney and you get extras. We're expecting colder temperatures for the next few days. Meteorologist Justin Chambers lets us know when it will start, though, warming up.
Just weeks away from Election Day, and the race for Comptroller of Maryland is heating up. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, find out who's endorsing each candidate. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. 9:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. The internet is not nice, basically, is what it's saying, right?
So looking at my social media, I posted that I got my apple fritters,
Right.
and then I said, question is, should I share? And of the many 100 responses, there's not a lot that says share.
No, so don't share the fritters.
You should enjoy them.
She already shared them.
I already shared them.
I didn't get one.
Yeah.
That's okay.
I told you. I said make sure you get one.
All right, it's okay.
They were
Don't worry.
delicious.
Look, I'll take care of you, Patrice. I'm sorry. That
Oh,
I
I'm good now. I'm good.
I know you are now. I'm saying later
good.
so I can make up for this indiscretion. As we take a look outside right now and see what's going on, good morning to you. We have a lot of sunshine that's out there and temperatures that are still chilly. A lot of us are still in the 40s. We've improved from the 30s, but 42 in Eldersburg, Owings Mills over to Cockeysville, 44 Bel Air, 47 your number in Dundalk right now. So upper 40s and lower 50s over the next few hours as you rise and shine with us. That sun will be up until 6:24 tonight. Should top out right about 57. It'll still be a bit breezy this afternoon, and those numbers below average for today and also for tomorrow. But good news is later this week we warm up and we have a nice weekend right around the corner. We'll take a closer look at that in my full forecast coming up in a few. Patrice?
Some of them did say sharing is caring. Now to your Linstola traffic network, taking a look at Charles Street near 695 and smooth sailing out there.
9:31 and Fox 45 News taking you beyond the podium. We are just 3 weeks away from the November general election, and one of the big races to watch is the race for the Maryland State Comptroller.
Current Harford County Executive Barry Glassman is the Republican nominee, and State Delegate Brooke Learman is his Democratic challenger. Olivia Dance is joining us live now as both candidates prepare to tackle the big issues that are facing Marylanders. Olivia.
Good morning. Yeah, the Maryland State Bar Association is hosting the forum right now, and both candidates were invited, but a panelist just confirmed that Barry Glassman had a family emergency and had to cancel at the last minute. So the forum is still going on right now, just with Brooke Learman, though. But this forum comes as both candidates have gathered some major endorsements. Republican Barry Glassman has been endorsed by Governor Larry Hogan, despite Hogan saying he won't support Dan Cox for governor. The Washington Post also offered its endorsement to Glassman, while the Baltimore Sun, the Baltimore County Executive, and Congressman John Sarbanes have all endorsed Democrat Brooke Learman. And again, this forum is going on right now. It runs until 10 this morning, but you can visit our website at foxbaltimore.com to watch the full event. For now, reporting live in Glen Burnie, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
And next week on Fox 45 Morning News, we will be speaking live with Barry Glassman on Tuesday, the 25th, and then Brooke Learman on Thursday, the 27th, as they make their final push to Election Day. Well, as we've been saying, we are just 3 weeks away from Election Day now, and we're getting a firsthand look at some of the early voting numbers nationwide.
And Shannon Lilly is joining us from our live center now this morning as new polls show Republicans gaining some momentum in the Senate races. Shannon?
Yeah, that's right. And we are taking a live look over the White House this morning. The president is getting on the campaign trail, and he is expected to travel to Fort Lauderdale in early November to stump for former Governor Charlie Crist, who is looking to unseat current Governor Ron DeSantis. Now, former President Trump is also stumping for Republican candidates who will be on the ballot. In fact, just yesterday, he held a fundraiser for Maryland gubernatorial candidate Dan Cox. Now, early voting begins on October 27th here in Maryland, but it's already underway in more than a dozen states. And this morning, we are getting early numbers on voter turnout. According to data analyzed by the University of Florida's U.S. Elections Project, more than 2 million people have already voted in the 2022 general election. Now, these votes taken through early and mail-in voting, experts say that is much higher than typical midterm turnouts. Again, early voting in Maryland begins on Thursday, October 27th, and it runs through Thursday, November 3rd. That's the latest from the Live Center. Patrice and Tom, back to you.
Making headlines this week marks 20 years since the Dawson killings, a dark moment in Baltimore history. In October 2002, Angela Dawson, her husband, and their 5 children were killed after she reported drug activity in the neighborhood. Their home was firebombed. Over the years, Fox 45 News has since reported on Baltimore's so-called stop snitching or no snitching culture. Former FBI agent Dr. Tyrone Power says it endures to this day.
in terms of people not necessarily engaging the police then were the same issues we were dealing with now. So their question becomes, what if I participate in helping the police resolve the crime in terms of murder, robbery, and then I become a victim? Then even my participation, I won't get to see the results of my participation because I will be the next victim. And that has always been a dilemma.
You can see more from our interview with Dr. Powers, including what it would take to bring witnesses forward. It's all on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
9:35, and the trial of the murder of Morgan State University student will now move to sentencing phase. That's expected to happen shortly before Christmas. 22-year-old Kevin Sharp pleaded not guilty to first-degree murder in the death of Barry Ransom. Now, police say Sharp robbed and then killed Ransom last October in the parking lot at the shops of Kenilworth in Towson. Days later, police arrested Sharp, saying the 22-year-old had tried to sell some of Ransom's belongings on Instagram. The double shooting that injured a restaurant worker in Fells Point 3 weeks ago is now a homicide investigation. Baltimore police confirming the second victim shot in that incident, Elijah Hooks, has now died of his injuries. Hooks and a woman were on South Broadway Street, just a block from Broadway Square. And Baltimore police have not said what led up to that shooting. An $8,000 reward is now being offered for information leading to the arrest and conviction of the person responsible.
Coming up, the application for student debt relief is officially open for borrowers. Why some are opposing the decision and their efforts to slow down the process.
Chillier temperatures started your morning today, but meteorologist Justin Chambers lets us know what to expect for the rest of the week. 9:36, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. (9:39) and topping your consumer news this Tuesday morning, the White House officially launches the student loan forgiveness application website.
That website is available at studentaid.gov. President Joe Biden describes it as easy and fast. He calls the launch a game changer for millions of Americans. Biden says the beta testing site has already handled more than 8 million applications without a glitch.
As millions of people fill out the application, we're going to make sure the system continues to work as smoothly as possible so that we can deliver student loan relief for millions of Americans as quickly and as efficiently as possible.
Now, President Biden also acknowledges there is litigation underway to try and block the repayment program. Job Creator Network is one of the organizations that filed a lawsuit against the Biden administration. The group's chief legal officer says their suit focuses on the process the government used to go through with this program.
Literally, this was a plan crafted, behind closed doors with no public input whatsoever, which is contrary to how any regulation, any program of this size needs to be developed under the law.
In August, Biden announced his decision to cancel up to $10,000 in student loan debt for those making less than $125,000 a year. Eligible borrowers who were also Pell Grant recipients could get as much as $20,000 in relief.
Major retailers all across the country rolling out lower-cost hearing aids.
The White House highlighting the announcement, crediting President Biden's executive order on promoting competition in the American economy. The order called on the FDA to make hearing aids available over the counter. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says the move could lower average costs by as much as $3,000 per pair.
That's thousands of dollars going back into the pockets of Americans and providing a little more breathing room in their family budgets as well.
Now, adults with mild to moderate hearing loss can now buy the hearing aids without a prescription, an exam, or audiologist fitting. Now, the FDA estimates the move will benefit as many as 30 million Americans with hearing loss. The White House says you'll be able to find those hearing aids at Walgreens, Walmart, and CVS.
One of the many challenges women living with breast cancer face is changes to their hair. We have some simple hair care tips and styling solutions coming up for you.
Well, the Workhouse Arts Center here in Lauren is once again scaring the crap out of us this Halloween. But the nonprofit has a great cause behind this year's Nightmare Harvest. We'll tell you all about it coming up.
9:44. October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and one of the many challenges women living with breast cancer face is changes to their hair. So if that's you, we have someone here this morning who can help you through it. Hairstylist Raquel Allen, owner of Statements Hair Boutique, is joining us with some tips and some solutions and hairstyles that can help them. Good morning.
Good morning.
So when we talk about hair challenges, what are we talking about?
Well, I find that my clients that have breast cancer treatments, they find that they're very tired, they're losing hair, very thinning, they sometimes can be completely bald, but there is solutions to that.
Okay.
So with my products, it's, it's that, yes.
Let's talk about, let's start with the models that you brought here. What are we seeing with this client? Because she's absolutely gorgeous, so whatever you've done with her hair is amazing.
Yeah, so Shirley is a breast cancer survivor. She got the news this month, and for her, it's low tension styling.
Okay.
So after treatment, after 1 to 3 weeks after treatment, you can start styling the hair, but making sure that it's low tension styling. So this is a natural crochet look.
Okay.
And it's just full, there's no pins, no glues, no extensions, no sewing, just very lightweight.
So you just brush up
kind of
her hair and then add a little more to it, and that's not a lot to take care of.
So Shirley kind of lost her hair in the center. So with this particular style, you can't see any of her balding, but you can definitely see all of the styles.
You wouldn't know that she was going through anything.
That's right.
She just looks fabulous.
Thank you.
Okay, and so then you have another model here.
Yeah, and this is my beautiful daughter, Bailey, and this is another solution of using natural products to do finger coils.
Okay.
It's very lightweight, low tension. It also, it's just easy to do. So right after coiling, sometimes people's hair is really short. You can just finger comb it and coil it. And then wrapping is another solution. So my particular wraps that I have, they are open at the top so the oxygen can get to it, so it'll start to regenerate and restore the natural follicle of the hair.
And even if, you said some of them are bald, even if they are and they just put on a wrap like that, that's beautiful. That's a great accessory.
Yes.
All right, so let's talk about some of the products. What are the things that you can use to start stimulating the growth? I mean, how do you take care of yourself at home?
So in salon, I start with hair loss treatments that I create, and then I always have them go home with a hair prescription. So I send them home with retail products. The first thing would be our natural growth serum. This helps to stimulate. It has like geranium, castor oil, things to just regenerate the hair follicle. Then we have an aloe almond butter that is very natural. Aloe helps to heal, it nourishes, and it also regenerates as well. And then if the hair is really short and curly, you can use the leave-in lemon rose mousse, and that helps to just kind of naturally let it be free and style.
So there's a whole regimen. I mean, that you can send them step 1, do this, step 2, do this, and that can help bring back some of the hair and the strength of the hair.
Most definitely.
And you can just still feel and look as beautiful as you always were.
As you always were. Yes,
Thank
there's
you so
solutions.
much.
You're welcome.
Where
Thank
is your
you.
salon?
It's 5 Charlie Park Road, statementshairboutique.com.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. All right, let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers now. He's got a look at the forecast.
Yeah, good morning, and good morning to all of you. Appreciate you being here with us live and local all the way until 10 o'clock. And we've seen definitely a chillier start to the morning. Temperatures right now, you can see those on the right side of your screen. A lot of us are still in the 40s, and we'll eventually get a little bit warmer, but it is going to be a breezy and chilly afternoon, albeit with plenty of sunshine. That large area of low pressure over the Great Lakes continues to bring snow showers there to northern Wisconsin, parts of Minnesota, and as well as Michigan. That's where we're seeing some of that snow that is falling. All of that cold air, that Arctic air, a little cold snap here. It's temporary, luckily. We're only going to have a couple of days like this, but a lot of folks in the Mid-South and across the Central Plains under freeze warnings here for tonight through early tomorrow morning. That includes us here, eastern parts of the area in the eastern shore under frost advisories for tomorrow morning. That includes you in Kent and Queen Anne's County. Also in Garrett and Allegheny counties, we've got those freeze warnings as well. Now, nothing for us here locally along central Maryland, but that could change as our numbers are going to drop tonight. Mostly will be in the 50s for the afternoon today, and then tonight our numbers are going to drop even colder. So tomorrow morning we'll see some widespread 30s for Westminster, Cockeysville over to Bel Air, 41 in Baltimore City by about 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. So again, those numbers will be dropping. Hank the Bird looking for a place to stay warm. Hopefully he has a lot of the, bedding and things in his nest ready to go, with he and his feathered friends back to the mid to upper 50s for our highs today. 68 is typically where we are. We had lower 70s throughout the weekend and even yesterday, but those numbers will definitely be colder. You can see the colder air too. Only 48 in Cumberland this afternoon, so western Maryland feeling that fall chill, but even along the mid-Atlantic for New York and Philly down through Baltimore and D.C., mid to upper 50s for today. Here's a look at that 7-day forecast. We'll keep those 50s going tomorrow. Now 60s return Thursday and Friday. Very nice conditions. And that weekend, man, I'm telling you, just can't talk about how nice it's going to be. Lower 70s, plenty of sunshine, and those 70s stay into early next week. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. From corn mazes and haunted hayrides to haunted houses, this spooky season you can take part in the Workhouse Arts Center Haunted Trail. Nightmare Harvest will be bringing scary fun and all for a good cause.
Nightmare Harvest.
Yeah.
It just sounds scary. John Gonzalez with our sister station in D.C. is in Lorton, Virginia, and he's got a preview.
Oh, and it's been very scary. You know, this is on the grounds of the old Lorton prison. The last inmate to leave this facility was in 2001, and since then, this has become a mixed-use development with restaurants, housing, and, of course, the nonprofit Workhouse Arts Center. And it does such a great service, providing educational programs to more than 1,000 students, 250 classes a year. And this is one of their big events, their big Halloween scare. Joseph Wallen, the director of performing arts, do you dare walk through with me?
I'll give it a go.
Tell me about this event.
With you with me, I'll give
right,
it up.
Okay,
right,
together.
Right.
We work together.
Sure.
Tell me about the event here this year.
Sure. So, of course, we're all big fans of Halloween. Who isn't? And a big function of this event is to service the community, engage the community, enrich the community in many ways. First and foremost is, to entertain and to celebrate Halloween and all the scary things that, come with this time of year. But we've also been working with a lot of actors, designers, technicians, theater folks. This gives them an opportunity to practice their craft in a slightly unconventional way, a little bit different than doing traditional theater.
It really is fantastic to see all the young actors involved here.
Absolutely. There's about 90 all told. Now, you won't see 90 every night that we work here. Our youngest performers starting in teenagers all the way through adults.
And it really is a great scare. If you want to come out, Fridays and Saturdays, 7 o'clock to 11 p.m., Sundays until 10 p.m., and on Halloween night, it will be open until 9 o'clock. And they are also working with the Lorton Action Center here in Fairfax County. They're asking for guests to bring non-perishable food items, trying to cut down on the food insecurity in our region. But it really is a fantastic time here at the old Lorton prison that is now Nightmare Harvest for at least the next couple of weeks. Back to you.
Unbothered he was. By the woman.
Like they weren't even there. Hey, guess what, though? From haunted houses to some great happening events now. It's your cue to call in to win a Seinfeld prize pack and then be in the running to win 2 tickets to see Jerry Seinfeld live at the Meyerhoff October 28th. Call the number right there on your screen. We're going to pop it up right now for you. Right now? Right now. Maybe not. All right, well, I'll tell you. There it is. All right, 410-481-4545. Caller number 10 wins that prize pack. Good luck.
Seinfeld airs on FOX45 weekdays at 11:30 and at midnight.
Had to be
Haunting
quick.
hour.
Yeah, you had to be quick to get that number.
Good luck.
All right, a live look now outside of our Towson camera here. Look at this. Beautiful skies, but it's been a little chilly all morning long. Meteorologist Justin Chambers cannot dial and cannot win the Seinfeld pack, so put your phone down. He'll let us know when it's time to warm up, and he's got the 10-day forecast coming up after the break. 9:53 is your time.
Welcome back, everybody. You can see that bright sunshine that is out there over the Inner Harbor. Overall, our temperatures will rise a little bit, not much. Only upper 50s today and tomorrow. It's going to be even colder tomorrow morning. Then low to mid 60s Thursday and Friday. We'll be in the lower 70s for this upcoming weekend. Great weather for the Ravens game. And look how those 70s extend into the middle of next week as well. So we've got some really nice numbers here coming. Got to get through these next couple of colder days. And this is before and after you can see the apple fritters.
I'm so surprised there are any left.
I know.
Maybe there's some thick
Just
fritters.
a little bit. Okay,
Yeah,
well
pretty
then
thick,
I guess
yeah.
I have to go
I'm
back
headed
in.
to Fenwick's Bakery. That's where I'm going to go.
Going there?
Parkville. Yeah.
So we'll
Not
have some
now,
more-
but eventually.
We'll have some more fritters tomorrow?
Maybe.
Yeah, we expect it.
We'll see.
We'll see. I'm not here tomorrow. No fritters. Sorry.